Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with Doooovid. We are all the way at episode 57, if you can believe it. Geez, Doooovid, it feels like we just started on this trip yesterday. But I guess it has actually been quite a while. So looking forward to the show today and all the exciting stuff we've got to talk about. I'll hand the floor over to you to give us your introduction. Thanks so much for being with us here today.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You're about a year and a half now, and hopefully, its relationship has bore quite a bit of fruit in terms of streaming and advancing ideas, and just pleasant conversations. So, like usual, maybe I'll start it with a tune. So, the last few weeks, I've just been doing these Hasidic tunes, and so maybe try to get a little bit more advanced on the conceptual meditative process in this understanding these structures of these songs are supposed to be interpretative of the four-letter name of God. That's why I always mention they all have these A, B, C, B structure with the first part, second part, third part, and repetition of the second part, mirroring the Yud He Vav He name of God. So from a Kabbalistic or spiritual perspective, you say music, all it is just a path of going up and down, and you could take different trajectories of going up and down that in theory represent paths of the soul, struggles of life, and various things, or modes, configurations, possibly like Gödel, Escher, Bach, or maybe even chess theories, that there's these certain configurations that almost you cause a correspondence between the physical and spiritual realms if you're a dualist, or however you understand it. But the Kabbalist, majority of them are dualists, so that's probably the way they understood it. So you have these songs. Last week I did a quick song. This week I'll do another quick song. I'll tell a quick story. I believe this song originates from Reb Shlomi Karliner, who was the Rav and Rebbe in Karlin, probably about 200 years ago, which would have been Russia at the time, from like the fallout of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and then the territory went to the hands of the Russians, and so it would have been Lithuania. And this Hasidus group took its path, student of the Baal Shem Tov, Maggid of Mizrich, for people who know anything about it, to Aaron Karliner, who supposedly convinced 60,000 Jews on the Eastern European countryside to return to Judaism, to take upon the practices and rituals that they had been neglecting. And he had this practice of yelling the prayers, not just chanting and singing, which was part of all Hasidus, but they actually yelled the mantras at the top of their lungs. And the group still exists hundreds of years later. And the first rabbi, they created like a lineage, a royal dynasty. But the first rabbi, after he passed away, there was this, one of his students was so much more qualified than the rabbi's son, that the rabbi's son refused to take the mantleship of leadership of the town until after this Rabbi Shlomo Karliner died. And this Rabbi Shlomo Karliner eventually gets assassinated. And according to a lot of Kabbalists and Hasidim, they believe that this Rabbi Shlomo Karliner was Mashiach ben Yosef. And a lot of people like Adam Greencrowd will ask about the two messiahs, certain biblical verses. And there's a Mashiach ben David, a Messiah the son of David, and a Messiah the son of Joseph. And something happens, the Messiah, the son of Joseph, comes in and tries to set the tone for the eventual Messiah ben David to fulfill the all the prophecies. But Messiah ben Joseph is generally believed that he will not live and he will die. And so a lot of people have said that was this Rabbi Shlomo Karliner. So maybe a little feel for chanting, because say there's mantras and usually they're chanted or yelled. And so this small group, sect of Hasidim, had this practice of yelling the prayers. So they had certain what were called nusuk, which would be a tune to yell the prayers to. So I'm going to give a little bit. This would be like the last verse of Psalm 145, and then the beginning of the Kaddish prayer. V'anachnu navorik, and we shall all praise God from now till forever. Hallelujah. May his name be made great. V'anachnu navorik, Yam Yatavia Doilam. Yiskadol Yiskada Shemei Rabba. So they had some tunes to them, but it was mostly to yell. And if they were properly doing it, the person would actually yell at as loud as they could. And Shlomi Karliner was said that he stood in the front of the synagogue, and when they prayed, that the wall in front of him was covered from blood. That he yelled his mantras so loudly that I guess he like coughed up his innards, and so the wall in front of him, of where he yelled his mantras, was covered in blood. If that, and that was said as one of his praises. But there's a tune that's believed to be ascribed to him, old Hasidic tune. It has this general structure that maybe we'll look at more, and it's interesting because a lot of these Hare Krishna Hindu tunes also have a very similar structure. But maybe we'll save that for next week. So here's this tune that I believe is accredited to Shlomi Karliner. It has the same four-part, structure, that it's a meditation on the four-letter name of God, and first part, like theme and variation to a crescendo, and the third part to the repetition of the second part, and so it has the classical music kind of theme and variation style. Yeah, na 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 na, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 my, yeah, yeah, my, yeah, yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 my, yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 my, yeah, 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 yeah. Ay, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, ay, 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 oh, ay, 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 ay. So there you go. That's tune's good few hundred years old. It's likely connected to a very famous personality, kind of a Russian yelling, chanting style, where it has a little bit of a tune, but is actually meant to be yelled. And these are kind of journeys of the soul that have these same four-part structure. If you know anything about music, theme and variation, where you have some like ay 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 ay, which might be like just a few notes and a few structured pattern of how high you go up or down, and how closely or far apart you space the notes, which will give you a theme. And then you can have variations of that, might go a little quicker, or change different parts about how it's sung, to the crescendo, the third part, which is the ultimate theme on the ultimate variation of the same theme, and the crescendo, and either the fastest, loudest. And actually we'll talk about the virus later, and this aerosolization theory, but the third part would be the aerosolized, your loudest volume and most rigorous singing. And that then the repetition of the second part is like the come down, and that's a meditative process of trying to connect to this impersonal, I guess, personal, impersonal, Hebraic, God referred to this four-letter name, that can only can't really be known as impersonal because it's just unknowable to man. But there's these musical meditative processes to meditate on God and come closer to God that represent your journeys and struggles of the soul.
Thanks for that, Doovid. Appreciate you taking the time to put that together for us. Thank you so much to everyone joining in the chat now. Well, it's been quite the week. I feel like Week in Review was just yesterday. I feel like my life has just been punctuated by Week in Review. So it's like the amount of time that passes during Week in Review is about the same as the amount of time that passes outside of it, in my perspective. Because, time's not real, man. I'm a little excited because I was watching the JF show with that Ropes guy, Bill Gade. Yeah. I love that because that type of stuff, I mean, the way I see it is if something stops making sense, you got to stop the person explaining it instantly. What are your thoughts on that, Doovid?
I'm not exactly sure what you were saying. I mean, to have a comment like, I heard you kind of like skate, talk, and flow things. And can we get an echo somewhere?
Oh, sorry. I'll throw my headphones on. Can you just keep talking?
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So, so it was a pretty active week, I guess, in terms of like Jennifer saying, like, a lot of advancements and, week in review to kind of the excitement and putting together progress and these different things. I had my stream with Henry Doktorsky, who is chronicling the rise of the Hare Krishna ISKCON movement in America, and just has finished his second book. It is working on a third that will be, multi-thousand-page index chronicle, like encyclopedic history. And we had an interesting conversation. I spoke with Charles Moskowitz, and we had an interesting kind of debate about what do Jews actually believe, who's the heretic in that. And so I'd mentioned he reached out and he put that on his channel. In the streaming world, things are happening. In the coronavirus world, things are happening. I popped a bunch of links up to Jennifer, and I feel my multiple truth hypothesis might be coming together a little bit. So I've really been struggling the last few months, not putting out much content. And I think now maybe the longer summer days, I'm about ready to start producing some streams. Some of these Ask the Rabbis I've prepared, and public study sessions related to more on consciousness and multiple truth hypothesis, and some on chess and decision making. So I hope to talk about some of those things, like you relate to engineering and chunking, and some more of these how the mind forms thought and chess studies, and then some interesting related happenings. So I'm not sure if Jennifer was. She ended up on Claire. God forbid. I guess that was saying Gandalf has been sentenced to 3 months of Claire, and maybe he disappeared and that didn't. So he has to serve his sentence in full. So Jennifer there kind of is like the the parole officer, making sure Gandalf does his time. I don't know if you had any streaming or involvement in streams this week. I wasn't involved in streaming or anything this week, and besides having that author on my channel and Charles Moskowitz. But I think there's a little interesting things happening in the streaming world, but I think there's more interesting things happening in real life, and maybe to advance the theory. And I assume we'll talk about, I don't know if Gandalf is going to come on later. God forbid that huge new viral video of that guy in the nursing home beating up the old man. Did you see that?
I didn't see it, no.
Okay, well, God forbid it's the new. I mean, you had Ahmed Arbery, and you're saying largely it was this viral video of his death that reached tens of millions of people, more so than the news publicity. And so this new video is just like this guy, likely black, beating up this old man, likely white, for no apparent reason. Then it turns out he's got a YouTube page, and he's done it quite a few times. And even President Trump, like, they had this video he tweeted, like, where the hell is this? What the hell's happening? And so it turns out that that's actually only 5 miles away from where Doovid lives. It's this nursing home in Detroit, and it's actually, God forbid, it's 5 miles from where Doovid is right now. So that possibly one of the bigger news stories this week about this tragic, and it's also related to COVID-19. So there's some interesting things to talk about. But I thought that was interesting karma, because I assume a lot of people have seen that story, and is saying that it's not far from where Doovid is right now.
Well, wow, 5 miles. Yeah, that isn't very far at all. People in the chat are saying not to watch it because it's terrible. I'll take your word for it there. Do you want me to play the clip of you on Moskowitz?
Let me see. This guy in the chat, Mamort, say, sorry if I'm ruining your flow, but I've seen your dialogue with some pretty anti-Semitic people. However, you remain so calm. Is that natural form of spiritual patience? If you get a chance, please unpack that. Would love to learn about that. Yes, I mean, it's spiritual practice to say, like, I do deal with anti-Semitic people. That's one of the things Doovid does. I love Judaism. I love convincing people who have a negative view towards Judaism that they should possibly continue, consider taking a more positive view towards that. And but it's probably my Hinduism or different things that allow me to be calm, and I would attribute actually a large portion of that to Vedic and Eastern Hindu practices, not necessarily Judaic things. So it's ironic that it's Hindu practices that allow me to achieve calmness, to achieve a Judaic means.
Cool. Yeah, Donald had a question as well that I don't want to forget about. New language. So I'm looking for it to be like really organic. So the way I was thinking, it would probably have a basis of English, but then we would like add a bunch of stuff to it and like talk using mathematical arguments more, and use like those sort of jokey type things off 4chan, like okay Karen or okay Cumer, and people could like learn it. So that's more what I was thinking, to bring in another language. Like, I'm all for studying Latin for its own sake. For example, I did a course in it in university, but that's a pretty big undertaking, because if you're not already versed in a Romance language, you've got to start to familiarize yourself with stuff like declensions, etc., which is, if you've only ever spoken English, it's actually quite hard to acquire a Romance language. But yeah, we'll see where it goes. The key thing is like what sticks in terms of memes, and just basically filling out the domain of information. Like, if we want to convey a concept, we want the word there instantly. And when we say it, we want to be confident people know what we're referring to. So yeah, thanks for that question. Okay, yeah, so my weekend review, I did like a 14 hours of streaming, not yesterday, but Saturday of last week, and it was epic. And yeah, I basically feel like I've been recovering from that. So slowly just working on my regular stuff, but ended up on some longer streams with like a bunch of people showing up on Claire's, which, like, I like it. There's something about that vibe of just like Claire not talking and a bunch of people there chatting that just I don't ever have that vibe on my channel.
Well, it's like the playground. It's like, I'll meet you at the playground, and Claire's stream is like the playground.
Well, you've always been saying this thing about
Or
her.
God forbid, you could make it even more spooky. Like, they made this horror movie called Ma. I'm not sure
Okay.
if anyone's heard of that, and anyone in the chat saw this like horror movie in the last year, like Ma. who like God forbids this older woman who like buys alcohol for these kids at a store and then starts like letting them party in their basement and getting drunk, and turns out to like you'll be a mass murder or something. But it was a popular movie in America the last year, like another horror movie. But so you always have to question that the older woman who was like, sure, kids, you can make the party in my house.
Well, I like your narrative about, what was it? Claire is the debate coach.
Yeah, but she
And
has utility also, but it's saying like, okay, so you're saying like you were partying with some friends at Claire's place, and like why were you partying at with your friends at Claire's place? Because God forbid the last few times that you let those people at your house, like a bunch of property got destroyed, and you're like, I'm not having those people over again. But you enjoyed partying with them, so you figure it'd be safer to party with them at Claire's place.
yeah, that's like a perfect metaphor, because it's like, I know if Doovid comes over, it's going to be nice. He'll bring an appetizer. He won't make a mess.
I'll help you do the dishes and
He'll help
clean up
with the
the
dishes. But, OV basically, it's a successful time if OV doesn't leave an upper decker, right? So if the probability of upper decker is non-zero, you cannot have that person at your house party. So yeah, I guess Claire, thanks for having a house party. It turned into a huge like older people chat yesterday with Donald Robertson, Daniel Sienkiewicz, Gandalf, and me were all there. And the original topic of the stream was respecting your elders. And it turned into a conversation that, had some, I don't
was
know.
a safe place for marginalized men.
Yeah, I kind of got a bit like, when it turns to like, woe is me, I just get bored, and it's just.
It's like, God forbid, like the incels, you practice talking to a girl with Claire.
God forbid. I don't know if they see it that way. I think it's more just like, maybe the whole, I don't know, Alcoholics Anonymous recovery type vibe, except what you're recovering from is the hangover from thinking that you were in charge of civilization. Who knows? But either way, it just seems it's not well put together, and I try to keep the shows interesting as possible, but sometimes it's just impossible when the subjects are perhaps unrelatable. I don't think, Donald, you were all that woe is me, as I was more referring to Daniel. I think you're just more or less reminiscing and such, which I suppose has its place, but I guess for me it's not that exciting. I'd rather just
Network.
talk
I mean,
about
you need to.
ideas.
If you say, okay, you didn't really advance that many ideas, and like relatively okay, like maybe you expressed a few ideas, and I actually listened not that much of it, maybe only like 10 minutes, but I thought I caught some of the better parts. I flipped through quickly and heard you were mentioning this concept of conspiracy theory in terms of Judaism as the conspiracy theory between God and a nation, and like as a religion, like that's essentially true in the terms like Doovid. Why I agree with conspiracy theories. So like you're right, there is a conspiracy. However, the conspiracy theory is it's with God. It's like take it up with God, because you're like we're gonna win. I mean, it's like what the hell? Like there's a conspiracy, and the conspiracy involves God Himself. Like that's pretty cool. So, but the religion, by definition, you could look at it that way. It's a conspiracy theory that involves higher forces, not just the meeting of minds. And so I thought that was interesting. And then also maybe we go further on your self-contained civilization and reduce that to mathematical models. And I messaged you a bunch of stuff. This guy was talking to anti-Semites. So in the Detroit Jewish News, did I send you something, one of those things, like I sent you like 10 different things on Jeffrey Shop, this
I'll
like
have to check.
former head of NSM, who in the last few months has renounced it, and now he's setting up an organization to teach people not to hate anymore. And So he was profiled in the Detroit Jewish News, a long profile, and he was in Detroit, and I've talked about it on Brundlefly's show. He was had lawsuit facing him, and actually, like, the SPLC doesn't believe him. It thinks that he's just faking to renounce it in order to avoid the lawsuit. But he was profiled in the Detroit Jewish News, and the representative from the Detroit Jewish News thought he was very believable, and now he's like going around speaking at synagogues. So I actually posted on one of his videos offering to reach out and talk to him if he wanted to. And some of the people that continued the organization after he left, I've had run-ins with, or some of the people actually watch my video or might be watching now. So that's possible. Like, I would talk with Jeffrey Shupp, and I'm sure we'd have an interesting conversation. Maybe we'd talk about God and spirituality and chanting. Who knows? It's possible, but
Is this why I've turned against Mary Church? Is that the one you're talking about?
no, we could talk about that also, and the John David Ebert, and I know Gandalf knows him even on his Facebook, like he's friends with him, and when I had him on my channel, I brought Gandalf on, and he knew his voice, but you remember when I read his biography and I was telling you about, God forbid, like, he had this younger woman that watched his videos, and then they entered some sort of relationship, and she did some sort of adult entertainment, and then eventually she ends up killing herself on screen, but John David Ebert includes a lot about her in his autobiography. And I read it, and we talked about it, and I think he mentioned in his book this concept of the twin soul, where, like, every lifetime these two souls meet, and it could be in terms of murder, where one person kills one person the lifetime, the next time the other kills them, and it goes back and forth. Everything, but it's a twin soul type thing where the same occurrence occurs every carnation. And it also could be with lovers, in terms of not only like a married partner, but a fling, a one-time fling, where the soul of the person that has a one-time fling during his lifetime is actually the same soul of the same person every lifetime. And I'm not sure if you remember talking about that a good few months ago.
Yeah, a different idea about reincarnation type of spirituality.
Yeah, so I never had that show with John David Ebert. That was before Brundlefly dropped out, and he was the one kind of booking it. But yeah, now he has this new video where I guess, like, he's turned against his former girlfriend, and like, kind of unnecessary drama. It's like, dude, like, why are you spilling the drama on the YouTube? Or, like, does it really pay to bash your dead girlfriend? But I'm not his judge. But I commented on his video if he still believed in his twin soul reincarnation theory, or if it's part of the process, or maybe there's a free will element where there has to be this process for him to turn against her, and then eventually he'll leave his body, and the same process will happen again next lifetime, or if he just, like, renounced and dumped that belief, that it wasn't that strong of a belief. So we'll see if he responds to that.
Cool. Do you want me to play your clip, your appearance on Moskowitz's show there? It's not very long. I just got a couple of clips. It was a bit boomer techie, so I thought that'd be a bit of a laugh. But you sounded good on it. He seemed a bit...
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I'll mute.
Cool. Yeah. So this is Doovid's appearance on Chuck Moskowitz's channel, which he's had a couple of big names. I think we talked about Eric Stryker being on the show and so forth last week. So here we go.
And overview, and those are kind of the last shows. And I have a weekly Sunday night show with a woman calls herself Church of Entropy, and we kind of talk spiritual things. And I guess she's you call like a Western convert to Hinduism, if it might be an inaccurate way to say it, but we talk science and spirituality, and also some related issues to politics. But I haven't been involved too much in political analysis. I'm glad you reached out to me. I have watched your show. I noticed you had Jay Dyer and Eric Stryker.
Yeah.
I mentioned my first major online debate was against Eric Stryker. So I'm glad your show is doing well, and you seem to be having bigger guests and getting your technology better together to be on all these different platforms.
World domination. That is an old anti-Jewish canard, and it's based upon something we could get into in a minute here. But
Well, it's like,
go
I
ahead.
mean, we don't need to turn this into an argument of Zionism, where we say, like, yes, we are interested in world domination. I'm sorry, Chuck. Like, you're just not a very good Jew. Like, we are interested in world domination. What are you talking about? Or something like that. So, like, what if you're saying, like, no, that's just an anti-Semitic canard, and then someone like Christopher Van Jerkness or Adam Green or something gives you a list of, like, statements from the Talmud and sages of Jews who disagree with you and say, like, no, actually, like, I kind of like the idea of world domination one day, and I think that does go along with my Judaism. And here's this, my fellow Jew Chuck saying that Judaism has absolutely nothing to do with world domination.
Well, first of all, Doovid, I had an interesting guest on a couple of weeks ago, Jan Irvin. I don't know if you know him. You should have him on Logos Media. He's done a full, because I've wondered about the Talmud, and he's done a full and thorough examination of the Talmud. He's written a pretty good manuscript on it. You should check it out. Ask him for it.
Well, it's done a belief structure, even in terms like anti-Zionism. So, okay, like, and I know we're supposed to be talking about different subjects, and I'm sure anyone who's listened to me or you, we don't have to rehash our opinions on Zionism. But when you come to, say these conspiracy theories, one thing as a believer, which when I was last on Adam Green, and he kept on bringing me these verses, I was like, yes, that's the way the prophets speak. Like, the righteous will be rewarded one day, the wicked will be punished one day, and yes, I do believe that because I'm a Jew and I'm following these laws, that I'm going to be rewarded, and the enemies of me and my people will be punished. And you say, okay, does that mean world domination? And you say, well, there's a lot of verses in the prophets that kind of point towards the picture that, like, the Jews are going to be the top of nations at the end of day. And if you say, okay, that doesn't mean. Well, I was saying that was Adam Green. Like, I mean, you wouldn't reject that I could bring 100 Bible verses that say at the end of days the Jews will be on top and the nations will be on bottom. And so you say, okay, what are those Bible verses or statements in the Talmud? That's like Christopher Van Jerkness. And my argument with the Adam Green was like, well, those are the statements about what's going to happen at the end of the days. But, like, obviously anyone who's living such an extreme religious lifestyle and believes that God wants us to do that, and believes in reward and punishment, might have some pretty weird beliefs about what's going to happen at the end of days, and say, so if a religious Jew said, like, Charles, you're not a religious Jew, you don't speak for our belief system, and yes, in fact, I do believe at the end of the days that Israel and the Jews will be in charge of all the other nations. And as a Jew, not as an anti-Semite, I disagree with you about the meaning of Judaism, and please allow me to believe that me and my people will eventually be in charge of the world. I was pointing out in shul, thank God the local, head of our APAC, married an African-American convert to Judaism. He was a relatively good man, a lawyer. And we were sitting there, I forget what parsha, and I showed him the Rashi, that Rashi says that black skin is caused by sin, that the origins of dark skin is sin, which was a common belief in certain circles, but Rashi clearly says that people have black skin due to sin. That there wasn't, like, just some people have light skin, some people have dark skin, but that light skin is the natural order and dark skin is caused by sin, specifically sexual sin, which is a very common belief. And from a historical perspective, it's not surprising that Rashi says that. But if you're looking at these historical contexts of, when you're trying to speak to a public audience and you're saying, what does Judaism say? What doesn't it say? And let's say you're protecting some Satmar kids that don't want to do shutdowns, that don't want to obey science, they don't want to teach their kids science or evolution or these things. And you're saying, like, these kids have a right to to indoctrinate their kids with whatever the hell they want. And if they're telling their kids that because they have, their chosen people and COVID's not going to affect them, or something, and whatever that probably isn't true. But from a certain perspective, like the Israeli anti-Haredi stuff or even American anti-Haredi stuff is sometimes stronger than the anti-Semitic stuff. But from libertarian perspectives, like, I protect the right of my fellow Jews to believe these things that I would consider ridiculous. And then, if you're going to come back and forth, like, well, what about Rashi? What about Maimonides? Weren't those guys known racists? Didn't those guys say horrible things about Africans? And or the various things of the question of Jews involved in slavery, and the various things like, what's your intention? Is your intention the truth, or is your intention to defend the Jewish people, or is your intention both? And then is it confusing to your listeners where one time you're defending, the Jews' right to believe these ridiculous things, and then the next time you're saying no Jew actually believes these things?
It needs Judaism to exist. It's almost like, it's a major case of projection. They say that Judaism was created as a rejection of Jesus, which is easy to prove otherwise. But yet their entire faith is based upon having the Jew around so that they can have witness to Jesus's validity. And it aggravates them that we've rejected him. So in a way, that's one of the founding principles of Christianity, this whole idea that the Jew has to be suffering, and that while they're not anti-Semitic, nevertheless, it is that idea that led to anti-Semitism. It is that idea that contributed to the Holocaust. And that's why I take major issue with a well-meaning scholar like E. Michael Jones, who is promoting such ideas.
Well, it's like put it back to Rabbeinu Gershon and say, well, I forgot the name Gershon, Rabbeinu Gershon, but assume you're familiar, and it's the most famous, the polygamy ban, but he also negotiated with the church certain laws regarding Jewish, how Jews could own slaves and freed slaves, and money lending laws. So you're saying that a lot of these things that the church viewed Jews upon were actually negotiated by our leaders with the church. And so it's okay that, we only went into money lending laws of this and this, but you say, well, what Rabbeinu Gershon wasn't part of those negotiations?
Well, first of all, Judaism does not condone money lending or usury. It allows it, but it doesn't condone it. And that the fact that there was Jewish usury in Europe was a collaboration between the church and Jews.
Sages that we venerate
responsible.
Were part of those negotiations.
Yeah, because the church and the Jews of Europe went into an agreement. Both sides are responsible, and that in exchange for engaging in usury and in credit money, which helped the princes, the Jews would get protection for their community. Don't forget, there was the princes of Europe, and including Protestant princes, who were in power. They had the armies, they had the physical power, they had the country. So the Jew would have, in exchange for engaging in raising money during wartime, and this particularly took off during the 30 Years' War, that they would allegedly get protected status in that kingdom. And sure, they made money from it. So did the princes. I mean, both sides made money. It was an agreement. It didn't exist in a vacuum. It existed as a partnership between Jews and Christians. And the Christians, it was like they were sort of served as agents. So I don't think that it's quite fair to...
My rabbi, who happens to be named, local modern Orthodox rabbi, happens to be named Yechiel, did become a money lending religion.
No, it became Jews became involved in the business of money lending along with their partners, the Christians. That doesn't mean that Judaism itself became a money lending religion. Anyways, Doovid, I'm kind of reaching toward the end of the program.
Is there anything more boomer tech than that screen share there? It was hilarious. Did you notice that there was a Doovid and an anti-Doovid? There was a picture of you in one corner of the screen facing one direction, and then in the other corner facing the opposite direction. So it's like there's two of you looking at one single thing. Did you notice?
I wasn't actually paying that much attention to the visual. It's always, I guess, nice to talk with Charles. Interesting man, and I guess he's got a typical dominant right-wing Jewish strategy, maybe somewhat close to Luke Ford and Halsey, although he might be more scholarly. He's written a few books, like Halsey's High IQ, but Charles probably has more facts and knowledge in his pockets than most of these other guys. But he's still got these kind of like inconsistent views, and he's always contradicting himself. And he's kind of like this, my goal is to win you over to the Jews. or to defeat the enemies of the Jews. And therefore he kind of takes positions, and I'll take the other position. So it's not my style, it's not my preference. And I don't want to call it dishonest, because it's more a question of utility and style, and not everyone's involved in this for the same reasons, or is looking for the same outcomes. But I was glad to talk to him, and we'll probably talk again. And because he knows so much Jewish history and has a divergent understanding of Judaism, it's always fun to talk with him.
Yeah, I mean, you seem to really get into it with him. It was pretty. I never know. I mean, I guess I should expect that people are going to get triggered by what you say, even if it makes no sense to me why anybody would be triggered by what you say. But I just need to just have the expected value of the Doooovid function be some sort of.
These are common, like, internal right wing or Jewish debates, talking points. Like, I could have had similar conversations with like any old timer in synagogue, and a lot of it's about this narrative where he's trying to like dispel false narratives of Judaism, which isn't really my approach of going about it. Like, that's why I understand the thought process and how people go about forming thoughts. And so my understanding of consciousness and thought is that Charles's approach is relatively a failed strategy. But that's one of these dominant Jewish strategies on the right and the left. But him takes the right-wing flavor of these people that want to dispel what they believe to be falsehoods about Judaism and the Jewish people. And then he has all these like prescriptive, like, Jews never believe that. And then, that's where I'm coming from, is like, yes, we did. Like, Charles, like, you're a heretic. Like, you have to believe that we're going to dominate the world one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it is a conspiracy between God and the Jewish people. That's our religion.
I wanted to come back to what the argument was actually about. I'm glad you brought it back to that subject. Were you done your thought there, or did you have anything else to add?
Well, you go ahead and on that point, but I was just saying that these fundamental repetition of Charles, where he's like, are you a believing Jew or not? Or are you saying like, no, you just want to defeat the anti-Semites or show that there's lack of logic to their reason? But at the same time, it's questionable whether he's really giving you a view of what Jews who believe in our religion believe, or what the religious system puts forward as what it actually says.
Yeah.
And, that's this conspiracy between God and the Jewish people. That's in fact true.
Okay. Yeah. So just to come back to that idea from before about what the argument was actually about. Okay. So just to be clear here, you can argue that for any religion, it's alleging a conspiracy between some group and some God, right? So that's like,
was it so abnormal to believe that we're going to rule the world one day?
Well, what I'm saying is
even
that
this guy like Henry Dotrowski, we spoke about Christian. He's like, yeah, we also believe that we're going to rule the world one day, and it's saying like it's not abnormal for religious people to think they're going to rule the world one day, and it's something that why should he even back down and say like, no, Jews never thought we're going to rule the world? And it's saying like, well, I'm not saying it's the central pillar of our religion, but like don't like forbid me from harboring that belief deep down in my heart.
Well, the point I wanted to make about what it was the argument that I was actually making here is that definitionally any religion, Judaism is not different from just general theological architecture. Okay, any religion is going to have some narrative alleging a quote, what could be argued to be a conspiracy between some group, either the entire group or a demographic of the group, between them and God. That's definitional. That's just how
higher forces.
Yeah, it's like God,
God's,
the devil, particular.
It doesn't have
God,
to be like
entity.
the one God, the God.
No. It's just any
type of their soul to the devil.
Any type of supernatural, like what could be described as a supernatural entity. So, like, take your pick of a God, but part of how any religion is going to work is that there's going to be some narrative alleging some connection between the actions of some demographic and God, because it's all about like, well, who speaks for God? And that gives the higher authority that people follow along with. It sort of ties into my whole idea about society functioning theocratically. So you could paint it that way. You could say, well, yeah, it's a conspiracy theory. Every religion is the narrative of every religion is a conspiracy theory that's just, what people happen to believe for that particular religion. Now, the reason I trolled Claire on this was that I was saying she was bitching that, people were talking about conspiracy theories. And I said, well, your narrative is also a conspiracy theory. It's not even in the general sense. She's alleging a specific role that the Jews have vis-a-vis God. Now, I really don't think that would be something that every Jew would have to agree with. Like the pure definition of religion, nobody can really disagree with that. But then to go and say like, my interpretation of your religion is the right one, that's a kind of a conspiracy theory, literally. Because the theory is that there's like something going on at the level of the Noahide laws, that where God is somehow intervening on that. Do you think every Jew would agree with that?
Well, it doesn't matter.
But it does matter, because when you define religion as collectivizing around God and people who are speaking on behalf of God, no Jew could say that's not how it works, because you just point at the religion. Yeah, that's how your religion works, but that's also how every other religion works. But if you specifically say it's not just that, but this is what is actually supposed to happen, that's an interpretation that obviously not every Jew would agree with. Claire's interpretation of Judaism, like, come on, of course not. I really think we found a single Jew that agrees with Claire's actual narrative.
Well, you're probably not going to, because she's
Okay.
developed her own theory that at the same time, she's developed a theory that just no Jew would a Jew would have too much bias to ever agree with her theory. I mean,
That's hilarious.
a Jew might agree with part of what she's saying, or like a lot of what she's saying, but like no, as a whole, there'd just be too much bias that it'd be almost no chance any Jew would accept, let alone promote her theories.
And I agree with you, which is why there are times when I talk to her where it's like she's got to be a troll. But then there's other times where it's like, she sounds pretty serious, but it's just like,
well, no, I'm saying if you're
right?
looking at it like there's the E. Michael Jones theory, or there's the Judaic theory, where you say, yes, there is in fact a conspiracy between higher forces and the Jewish people, but maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. And so if you're looking at like scientifically, if you're a non-Jew or someone who's questioning what the Jewish people are doing, and you're saying like there's some sort of there's a conspiracy theory involving the Jewish people, and it's not just like Rothschilds and bankers and political shadow government. You're talking, or even Christianity or Islam, that some elders of Zion Council, even Vincent agrees that the conspiracy of the Jewish people is a conspiracy of at least the God of the Jewish people. That is not the Jewish people on their own that are doing it. It's the God of the Jewish people. So, I mean, Vincent is one of the few people that has acknowledged that and said that, yes, there's a force beyond the Jewish people. And so if you're going to say that conspiracy, so like as a Jew, it's like, yes, there is a force beyond the Jewish people, and that force happens to be the force of everything, the one primal cause, the maker of everything, the controller of the universe, the controller of hearts and minds, and that's the very God that's in a conspiracy with little old me. And saying, yeah, but that's normal. That's what like any believer in any religion is supposed to believe, that like, yes, there's a conspiracy between me and the creator of the world. That's what we say, like I have a personal relationship with the creator of the whole world. I talk to God constantly, multiple times every day, like on a good day, constantly. Like I know it's a factual conspiracy between me and the creator of everything. and is saying like for the Charles Moskowitz point of view is saying like don't let people know that we're crazy, and it's saying like no, like Charles just embraced it. Like you're the heretic, and saying like what you're saying is like don't embarrass us by letting people think that we're crazy. Say like no, that is actually our belief system. Don't be embarrassed about it. And we're saying like okay, like I'm a good citizen. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'm not committing any crimes. Oh, but yes, I do believe like at the end of the day, Messiah will come and in some non-pejorative way, like we're going to be in charge, and like yeah, I think it's going to be good for you. It's not going to it's saying like okay, like it's going to be hell for everybody and heaven for us, but it's going. But yes, in fact, me and my people will be on top. Like, why else would I be following this religion if I didn't believe that?
Well, I guess there are other reasons theoretically somebody could follow a religion. I mean, there's no rule where it says you have to believe in something just to follow it.
Because you're going to win. I mean, it's
Well,
okay. You can
okay.
have these humble interpretation of religion where you'll say there's this counterintuitive of like humility is the virtue, and like you really win by being humble. But you say like from a typical like Trump material Greek perspective, like no, I like winners. I want people to win, and saying like like my religion, like I'm a Jew because I'm a winner, and at the end of the day, like we're gonna win. Like we might win so badly that's basically comparable to us, who are gonna run the world. And it's like, well, of course, that's what I signed up for. Like I'm not allowed to believe that, and like let alone and saying like it's fated because it's a conspiracy between God. Like it's not even necessarily like because like the Jewish people are so great. It's just like because God ordained it that way. It's going to happen no matter what because the creator of the whole world ordained it that it's going to be that way. Like haven't you read the Bible? And so it's that question of like, is the conspiracy true or not? Is it a conspiracy? And then when you get like to the Charles Moskowitz view, where it's like you're not even allowed to say that that's mainstream Jewish belief, or that like even any Jew ever even believed that.
Yep. I don't exactly know what to say to that, but it's an interesting perspective. Don't hear it very much, but I mean, it makes sense in a way.
Well, I want to put into a science of belief because I'm not telling people what they have to believe. And like this could go back into the multiple truth hypothesis and how to frame these type things, where like what is religion, and are you going to give a multiple truth value to recognize that there might actually be a conspiracy between man and God, not just a conspiracy between man and man, and that some of these people might have been acting upon by higher forces, and to say that it really wasn't the person, it was the higher force, and the higher force's will is likely to be expressed no matter what the will of collective mankind is going to be.
Yeah, I guess it's a powerful enough idea to motivate a lot of people to go along with it.
You could even mathematize it. So it's the question of narrative versus science. You say, okay, like you want to hear just numbers and equations, or you want to hear narrative. So multiple truth hypothesis, we could give you both. Say we're going to give you forces and numbers and equations and differential equations and vortexes and sinks and pushes and pulls and vector fields, or do you want a narrative? And a narrative is basically that's what religion is.
People usually want the narrative because they basically want a one-stop shop where they can look at stuff and have it all make sense.
Well, it's interesting because I want to talk about chunking in these memory techniques and consciousness, and we'll see like narrative and chunking in how we process information. That they're like, it's not that the equation is true and the narrative is false. That's what you need the multiple truth hypothesis for.
Well, I think it's like
whatever you have truth, whatever truth actually is it's beyond what the equation or the narrative is describing, and hence the narrative and the equation are both an aspect, a quality of this greater thing, truth, that we don't really know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can go and check, that whatever was alleged to have happened isn't objectively true in the sense that it has evidence for it, it still came to be believed. So the truth value lies in the fact that it's such a widespread belief, not in, even if it didn't happen, there, I think actually it was Aaron Amahood that said this, is like, even if it didn't happen, it happened. And, that's sort of opening the door to the quantum reality in my eyes, and how like we do kind of create, like we co-create reality on a level that seems impossible because most people are so fixed in their beliefs that, because they can't change their beliefs or question their beliefs is more important, they don't see much of the co-creation ability. But once they understand the nature of their beliefs, then they can co-create on a level that's like many orders of magnitude larger than what they could do before. So yeah, there is sort of an interesting bridge there, because it's like, how many, quote, Western Christians, if we brought them on here and asked them questions about the Bible, how much do you think they would actually know about it? Let's say the New Testament here.
Well, that's what the point is saying. Did you want to go through those things that I those links, and maybe just go through and we'll talk about them briefly, and then maybe section off if you want to do that now.
Sure. I've got them all lined up here. Do you want me to start with a life of vertical and horizontal responsibility, Shavuot during the coronavirus pandemic?
It doesn't matter. I guess you could just go through them, go in any order, because there's no. It's just interesting things from this week, and that one's actually related to Claire. So I'm watching the live video. So if you have it up,
it's 52 minutes long. So do you have a clip, or do you have a timestamp, or do you just want me to go somewhere randomly in it?
You have to play. What the point of this one was, Claire in the chat.
Okay.
So this is actually the chief rabbi and the former chief rabbi's YouTube page, the official YouTube page. And you see, like, these guys don't actually get that many views. So you have to redo the settings so you could see the chat. But I just thought that was interesting that Claire, like, she needs help with the Hebrew. Like, she keeps on asking in the chat to what these words mean, but she's actually like pretty dominant in like in the chat. And you think like, kind of the mainstream and COVID and what's going to happen, the reopening, and where you're getting your information from. Like these two rabbis, boomers, they're not reading the chat. Like, they're just talking to some screen. Someone else is doing the tech for them, so they have no idea what's going on in the chat. And then that Claire would be the dominant voice in that chat. So I thought that was interesting, and saying like, okay, like you're streaming on Claire, but Claire has some utility and some use to her that I thought that was interesting, worth noting.
Oh, neato. Yeah, unfortunately I have to block Claire on YouTube because it's just like too much stalking. So I can't show her comments here, but I did see a few people responded to them. So apologies. I just,
Yeah, and interesting. She wasn't blocked on the chief rabbis yet.
Yet. Yeah, exactly. Oh my God.
So I mean, we could just pound through these one by one if you want. And if you don't have comment, you could just go on to the next one with your comment.
All right. Well, what do we have next? We're looking at World Star Hip Hop. That gas hitting loud pack got the Orthodox homie speaking in tongues. You want me to go proceed with this one? It's 32 seconds. I haven't watched it yet.
Yeah, you could fast forward like the first 15 seconds, although then you might have to if you click in like the setting that this has like drug use in it, but it's just like two Hasidim smoking weed and singing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got it playing now.
But you could you don't have to play the whole 30 seconds, just the last 15 seconds or 10 seconds.
Okay.
And they're speaking in Yiddish, so like this unrolled stuff is happening. Like, I have no idea what these Jewish guys are saying, but they're smoking some mad weed.
So what was the meta-analytical insight for this video here?
Well, he just saying l'chaim to life, and a lot of Jews like they do that when they smoke weed. They'll say like l'chaim, kind of like when we drink liquor, we say like l'chaim, so say to life. So that was just random. So you can just go to the next one if there's no comment on that. But marijuana is pretty popular among Hasidim.
My comment on marijuana is that it has traditionally been used for spiritual purposes. So I understand it has some possible problems, but I think the path of moderation is the winner on that. So, if it leads to getting legalized, God bless them. So this one, I'm also, I have no idea what this is going to be, but I predict.
I didn't watch it. And like, I'm not asking you to play it. And also, like when we were mentioning John David Ebert, so now he's doing weekly streams that are getting over 1,000 views with that guy who was on my channel with him, David Aaron or whatever, the psychotherapist, and other people. So I noticed, this woman, Tree of Logic. I'm not sure if you've heard of her before. She's been around. She may have even been on Warski and Halsey.
She's not the one who used to be a femdom, is she?
Yeah, she's like the former police officer that lived in Germany, and she might have been a femdom also.
Might have been a femdom.
I don't know that information, but she calls herself Tree of Logic, and she's kind of like a MAGA. I mean, she's got her own style, but I think like a black conservative former police officer. She's friends with Halsey. She's debated David Duke and various things. She's in the streamosphere. She may have even been on Warski. But so you saw that she had Sargon and Halsey there and different people. And I think she had Destiny and various names, but she's doing I think she's also behind the paywall. So these might have been recorded behind the paywall and then posted later. And I think there's people who've been on the Week in Review that said, maybe it was Spaceman or someone that said like they watch Tree of Logic. That's their favorite YouTuber. But now she's got her weekly debate show, and it looked kind of like Warski-esque with a whole bunch of panelists and like one guest, but people sitting there, and then you just see like Halsey sitting there in the background. So you got like Sargon there, and like Halsey's one of the multiple guests there. So I thought that was, Halsey. I haven't reached out to him. I don't know what he's doing. If he's around, I don't mind, he could pop on the show and talk. But I thought that was interesting and noteworthy. And you saying John David Ebert's moving forward in streaming, and this woman, Tree of Logic, is trying to move forward with the Treehouse debates, and Halsey's there, and she's got some of the bigger names, Sargon, Destiny, in the internet debate.
Okay, why don't I just play a few minutes? I'm a little curious as to what this looked like. Won't be long.
People of any religion wish to gather together under a building or in a car or whatever. They just want to sit right beside each other, right next to each other. I mean, they should have their right. I don't understand the fact that they're religious, that this is not a necessity. And it seems to be that once again, Christianity is just so easy the easiest religion to shit on. But I've seen a lot of judgments gone with these pastors, and a lot of criticism gone to the pastors in reference to conducting services. The thing about it is that people can practice their religion any kind of way they want. I just learned last week that a Christian don't have to follow the Bible. He doesn't have.
We got people here saying it's okay for the government to ban churches. I mean, it's just insane. And then pretending that China is terrible. It's like, dude, you're just as bad as China.
Wait, nobody's targeting churches in their opinion.
Yeah,
They're just saying assemblies because
the
nature of the virus.
I'd point you to the two federal orders that just came out this week.
We heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just point you to this educational page which says exactly what we are.
Dude, I've read the Supreme Court opinions and the federal court opinions.
Hey,
so your little educational page isn't all that convincing.
I'm sure you're an honest actor in this conversation as well. I
mean, regardless of the legality, charging communities like a religious leader of a community, going after him legally is a really, really bad move by the government. Like, it just, it's the exact kind of thing that would turn the community against.
It seems a little boring. I was hoping for like what it was last time. Remember when Tree of Life totally lost it and people were all getting upset, and yeah, that was hilarious.
It was kind of boring. Like I couldn't watch more than a few seconds here and there. And you need like Claire to like timestamp a table of contents. So I'm glad they're doing it, but like at the same time, like no, I couldn't even get into it, even in 2-speed. Oh, okay. So this article is interesting. It comes from another one that you might come up here, and I guess it's already from a year ago, but there's more and more about this virus spreading from aerosol emission, and I mentioned that before I chanted with the progression of the talk, and you could scroll down. I think it might even have some diagrams, but when you talk, the amount of microbes that are possible per droplet, the number of droplets, how much they stand. So here's a study like about how many microbes could travel, breathing, heavy breathing, talking, light talking, singing, yelling, and there's a direct correlation you can see there in that chart that you have on the screen now of the amplitude of the particles with the volume, and also later with breathing. So even very quiet talking will spread more droplets than heavy breathing. But like singing, loud singing, group singing, congregational singing could be the most aerosolizing form, and that would be like chanting, going to a religious place of house of worship where everybody's singing together. So that was interesting. Like the 6 feet. I'm not sure if there's been a study like to connect that, like where we get 6 feet from, or something we've talked about in past. And this is a study a year ago before coronavirus. Is just talking about microbes in general and aerolization. And so how coronavirus aerosolizes is unknown. And then what the research is showing is that there's certain people who aerosolize coronavirus that most people don't. And you have these super spreaders that maybe, they talk loudly, or that somehow, that these people, that they have born microbes, coronavirus, get into their saliva, and then they talk everyone very loudly, and almost all or a majority of the people they come in contact with will get the virus from these people. And so that phenomenon has been documented. It's been noted in the past with different outbreaks, although it's still not well understood. So I'm not sure if you have any comments on that, but I thought maybe even next week already I'll have another stream for a whole coronavirus update. But I thought that was interesting enough to mention, and physics related, because a lot of it will be direct reduction to even Newtonian physics.
Yeah, I like the approach. It's definitely interesting to see the difference between whispering and talking and singing and so forth. So yeah, maybe that'll be a good start. I mean, it is, it's not a terrible idea to have public health measures like this. It's pretty traditional. Just this idea of sort of keeping to yourself and limiting spread of certain things, especially in a dense environment, can be very beneficial.
Well, there's also a purpose to chanting, and saying that congregational chanting, one of the purpose is to like share germs, and that if everybody together chants and even yells and gets as emotionally involved as possible, that one of the physical implications is that there'll be this germ sharing process.
Yeah.
Was that all? Was that all
think?
all the links?
No, there's still Detroit neighborhood sees gentrification as the enemy. It was a small building being rehabbed, but to one neighborhood group it became a symbol of gentrification, and they fought it hard.
It's here in Detroit. Like I've mentioned these things, and like Babs and this New York investor who had bought like 50 houses in Detroit, and he was trying to do like a big development, and the neighbors blocked him. And kind of said like, you can't come into our neighborhood, buy up a bunch of houses, and then gentrification, price us out, and create the houses for a different type of people than are the current people living there. And it's this, demographic replacement. But here in this case, it's the demographic replacement of urban blacks for gentrification. So this case involves people I know, and there's some Jews and some various things. So this, just random. I thought I'd throw it in there. A different topic, like Forex Shark, Babs, Mansour, Kyle, aren't around, but real estate and connected politics, connected to urban planning, demographic replacement. So that's something right here near me. That's something that I could be involved in, but haven't been. I try to be more strategic, but the picture there of the new gentrified guy that's ignoring the his neighbor in Detroit, saying like, no, let me just get past you into my protected place that you can't afford to be, so that eventually we could price you out of the neighborhood and I don't even have to see you at all.
Ouch. Well, it's yeah, it seems to be something that's been going on for a while, I guess.
That's your developer there. You can see in the picture, but this one he lost, and in the case, and it might go on. So I thought it was interesting. We don't talk about these things that much, but looks you got Jews on both sides here.
Oh dear. So, which faction won out? The non-gentrification faction?
Well, so usually the board in politics tend to side on the favor of the developer, or they might they'll try to extract more money out of the developer, but eventually side on the side of the developer. So in this case, they sided against the developer, but it could be, eventually they'll work out an agreement and they'll extract more money and concessions from the developer, which is, usually how these processes work. So it's not kind of like, win. So it's more a process of negotiation and, saying the essential karmatic, saying the money is karma type thing. And the strongest bond of karma is the ownership of property, from at least, certain Judaic or other karmatic understandings, saying like what's the more most important karma. Those are the the contracts. Those are things that require you to sign your name or something to it. That's a proof that it's a karmatically more binding. That you not only you talked about it, but you shook hands and you signed your name to it and you exchanged money over it. So it's just a demonstration of the karmatic significance of land ownership.
Well, if you can sign your name to a paper, I guess it's definitely real. I think
it's more real. Like, so say, okay, what's the difference between talking on a stream and paying rent? And you're saying, well, it's, it includes more than just talking. It includes, a signature and an agreement and a monetary transfer.
Well, definitely, I'll grant you that. The last one that you had for the show was Why I've Turned Against Mary Church. Did you want to give us a bit of an intro to the context?
We talked about that already.
Okay.
That was the John David Ebert and his, God forbid, his girlfriend that killed herself on live stream or whatever.
Oh, so do you want me to play any of this or?
No, it's not that interesting, but
Okay.
I made my comment because of reincarnation and see if he reaches out. I'm not saying it's not that interesting, but like I don't want to get involved in this politics or something like it. Like, I mean, I would psychoanalyze him, but I just thought I'd mention it because in the streamosphere, you're with us, and I think Gandalf's a big buddy of his.
Oh, is he? I'm just going to play a couple seconds here so people can hear him.
We had a really rough time getting along because of her webcamming job in 2016. So I tried to live with her for 7 weeks in 2016, all the way down to December. Didn't work, so I went back to Phoenix, where I lived.
All right, well, that's enough of that. Yeah, so the stuff that I collected for this week, and go into that a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what this is, but there's some stunning images appear to show a planet being born. So not exactly sure if that's what's happening here. It could just be some energetic saturation point within the surface of the star. It's not necessarily bringing forth a planet. That said, it could be. My model predicts the formation of planets is pretty much instantaneous, though. So I'm a little bit skeptical, but the pictures are really neat. I just wanted people to see those pictures if they were interested. Definitely a good direction for things to be going in, like just be able to take pictures that are this well resolved. I was totally into that, and it reminded me, I don't know if we actually ever got to this on this show. I know we talked about it on Claire's, but they managed to get some pretty interesting pictures of a larger egg, talking about fertilization, and I guess it was large enough that they were able to record it while simulating the fertilization event. So it's super cool, and it was like a bit along the same lines of quantum reality. And yeah, I think that's really neat because you can see a couple things. One is its wave-like emanations coming from what could be argued to be a center, like an energetic center where you have, you know, those three twirling things, and then underneath them there's what appear to be fractal twirling things. But then if you look at the wavefront just generally from bottom left to top right, you can see that it has like not totally flat waves, but waves that are flattening. So it's a good way to see why we have to model life with quantum systems, because if we tried to model this with anything other than quantum system, we'd probably run up against some computational challenges. Another important thing to note is that the approximate area of those three central twirlies is about E, 2.7 something. Euler's number. So I do think there's a connection there, and it has to do with the fact that in order to be coherent, in order for there to be coherence between the quantum system and the physical system, the derivatives have to be, in some sense, discernible from the waveform itself. And when you have E, well, what's the definition of E? It's equal to its own derivative, right? So we would expect that for this, that which needs to be coherent in this sense with its own eigenstates, i.e. a system that is sufficiently entangled, then we would expect to see this E shape popping out, and that does appear to be what it is. I don't know if it's do you know what I mean when I say E? Like how the area there's like three twirlers, but they slightly overlap, so the total area is like approximately E. It's almost 3, basically. I don't know if that makes sense, Doovid, or if that's too abstract.
No, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, E appears all over in the place. That would mean it's the, you know, whatever the shape is, that that it would be its own derivative.
Yeah, it's its own derivative, and it actually has a numerical value, which is it's almost 3. Like it's not quite 3, and that's why
2.71. So yeah,
it's like 2.71. So if you round it, it's 3, but it's not actually 3, right? So I'm talking about the overall area that these twirling things are encompassing. Anyway, that was an interesting thing, quantum mind related, that I had looked at. In terms of other stuff, that was about all that I had. Gandalf had sent me something that he wanted to go over during the show, so I suppose I could send him the link if there's nothing else you want to go over before he joins us.
you could bring him on, because we'll see if it has insight on this chunking. But I want to talk a little bit about chunking, so I'll just say my piece, and you could say your piece. And if Gandalf has thoughts on chunking, we could talk about it more. Otherwise, just move on. But you know, in my speed reading, are you familiar with chunking?
Yeah, I am. But is this in relation to like language and how the mind actually works and stuff?
Yeah, so it's just a theory that is dominating many fields. And I was reading stuff about chess studies, but you know, chunking is a believed understanding of this relation. The last few weeks we've been talking about pattern formation, and you know, kind of like choosing a strategy as a strategy is a pattern, and the science of dissonance related to the necessity of recognizing patterns, but then the cost of forming these patterns that may not be correct, and then the momentum of getting behind false patterns that makes it difficult to move to the next one. And then we were talking, I guess, this week on Facebook Messenger about even mathematizing the decision-making process in terms of what would be similar to the same eigenvectors that you were showing in the star formation, but it would be similar processes that would show how this dissonance process works mathematically in choice formation. But chunking is an important technique that is a known phenomenon across all mental fields. So for speed reading, the idea is we know that there's limitations of the mind, and things like the 7 plus or minus 2 for short-term memory, and that generally without any special memory technique, the short-term memory can only contain about 7 items in it. But there's long-term memory, and then there's methods to quickly store items into long-term memory or working memory, and different theories about memory that are important to talk about. And then within short-term memory, say, okay, you might have a limit of 7, but you could chunk together various items, and you remember multiple things within the 7 because they're chunked. So this chunking phenomenon would be like speed reading, where so you could only intake in one instance so much information, and if your mental mind needs to go letter by letter, so everyone's watching the same stream right now, and we have on the the top WEEK space IN space REVIEW. If you were a kid, you might have to use so to say your 7 with each letters to say WEEK. Oh, that's weak. And but if you're familiar in reading, you could do that easily in one intake. It's not 4 intakes per week, it's just 1 intake per week, and that's called chunking. You have now chunked 4 pieces of information into 1 piece of information. So it's related to this meta-analysis we're always talking about. And so for the sake of speed reading, just like as a child eventually learns to put letters into words and will intake words in one taking, not letters into one taking, the reality is the mind could continually form larger and larger chunks, so that in one intake you could do Week in Review or Church of Entropy in one intake easily. So if you only could have 7 items in your short-term working memory, instead of having WEEK space IN, that's 7, you say like, no, Week in Review is 1 chunk, Church of Entropy is 1 chunk, and I have room for 5 more chunks. So this is a known phenomenon for all mental processes are believed to work through this chunking strategy. And I was reading studies about chess players and the different method that chess positions are, and there it's actually on a skill rated level where you could look at a person's rating skill level, and there's very close correlations. And it was interesting that in terms of how quickly a person recognized patterns or memory tests, that actually in terms of chunking, a lot of times there's words, like, so in chess there's opening structures, so you might have the first 2, 3, 5, 10 moves might have a name given to it, and in those names, recognition of those names are actually a better indication of strength than anything else. And that appears to be this in most fields, where you'd say like terminology, language is one of the best demonstrations of mastery, where someone knows the given lingo of the field. So I'm going to be it's going to relate to the multiple truth hypothesis, to dissonance, and from the dissonance level, the pattern saying like you must chunk, you must create metadata there is no way to survive without chunking. However, chunking
Chunk or
creates
chunk not, there is no non-chunking?
Yeah. So, however, chunking causes dissonance, just like patterns, because a chunk is basically a pattern that says instead of taking in these multiple pieces of information separately, I'm going to take these multiple pieces of information in together as one chunk. And so that's your, there is some neurological, almost all the testing understandings, like I don't know how the quantum mind, I haven't heard like a quantum mind explanation of chunking. That's why I thought I'd bring it up. But it would appear that like chunking is almost a universally recognized phenomenon. It relates to the distance, it relates to what we're talking about. And I thought I'd bring it up and saying like, just the impetus of this is saying like there's so much sensory data out there that you can't intake it all with all chunking. And there's various strategies for chunking. Some strategies probably better than others that result for how you chunk this information.
Okay, great. I'll definitely give a excuse me, introduction to chunking via quantum mind. Before I do that, though, I think I mentioned to you about thin slicing, which is put forth by, let's see here. First recorded use was Nalini Ambati, Robert Rosenthal in a meta-analysis in the Psychological Bulletin. I thought it was attributed to Malcolm Gladwell, so I might have made a mistake there. Okay, yeah, it does look like he wrote a book called Blink, which refers to this thin slicing. Are you familiar with this term, Doowovid?
I'm not sure what is mentioned. 12 Angry Men. I know that play.
Okay, it's a term. What I want to do is I want to understand if you understand any differences between chunking and thin slicing. So it's a term used in psychology and philosophy to describe the ability to find patterns in events based only on, quote, thin slices or narrow windows of experience. Term means making very quick inferences about the state, characteristics, or details of an individual or situation with minimal amounts of information. So maybe they're the same thing, but if you could discuss a little bit whether you see any differences between the definition of those terms.
Thin slice, it appears to be related to the same topic, but slightly different. It's like chunking is the strategy for putting information together in order that you could look at a large, it doesn't have to be a large, but eventually have to be a large amount of information together as one unit. And that's a requirement of consciousness. It's a requirement of just sense perception. That even just your eyes seeing, creating a visual shape out of the sense perception. There's a chunk where you've chunked together certain information and saying all of those dots, all of that thing is coming, that's coming from my bookshelf, that's coming from my car, my microphone, and you've chunked it together into one bit of information. So thin slicing here, it's saying it's an ability to find patterns in events based on only thin slices or narrow windows of experiences. It's related to how you form chunks, but I'm saying like thin slicing is probably just one of many ways that you could form chunks. That would be how I would classify it.
It does appear that there is some evidence for humans possessing an ability to thin slice. What is unclear is the mechanism by which they thin slice. And I put it to you that chunking could be a possible model for the process of thin slicing. How's that sound?
Yeah, I think chunking is basically a proven phenomenon. That's how the mind works.
Well, it's a model for how information is sorted and organized. It's not proven that this is how it works, but we do know that we have the ability to thin slice.
Barring the solution to the hard problem of consciousness, that chunking has been proven in basically in any way that's testable in psychology and even neurology.
How exactly do they prove that, though? Because that's not actually how it works.
Well, I'm saying that within the bounds of the science we call psychology, from having electrodes attached to your skull to having monitors recording eye movement, to timing tests, to giving people memorization tests in various forms, that all of it points to this phenomenon that the human mind uses chunking.
Okay. I don't
Basically, barring
think
solving
that's
the hard
correct.
problem of consciousness, you're saying no. I mean, chunking is not.
Yeah.
So I would assume whatever the solution to the hard problem of consciousness is going to have to explain how this phenomenon of chunking works. But like, no, I don't think there's. I mean, there are certain neurological models that explain why chunking is also likely. And essentially, most neuron wirings, memory type phenomenon makes sense with chunking, that the actual physical model of thought arising from the brain and neurons firing together very much conforms to this idea of chunk, these neural pathways that have been created where certain things fire together because they've been chunked together.
Yeah, I would say there's parsing, and you could argue that it's being parsed into chunks, but you have to say, well, what exactly is being parsed up, right? So that's why I have my unified model, which is that there's one conscious whole, which is just extremely complex, and that this conscious whole can be divided up into 3 basic imperatives. And the imperatives are existence, safety, and merit. And these can be said to be like predictive. This is a predictive model in the sense that any human action can be argued to be some linear combination of those 3 ingredients. And what arises as cognitive dissonance, which is what I was getting into with, well, Doovid and I briefly spoke about it last time, and I don't really think we got as far as we could have because I made I had to make a diagram before we could get a little bit farther. But basically what you have is what you can
I would say we
chunk up.
explained that last week. Thin slicing, we explained perfectly last week under a more scientific term. Like thin slicing is an older term of psychology, and it's not that old. It was only 20 years. But I think we have a better explanation with dissonance to explain this phenomenon that they're referring to as thin slicing. It's kind of this momentum where we're saying you have a split second to make a decision and to create a pattern to chunk this information. And then you have to have this feedback period of trying to correct the initial pattern. But then there's certain studies, these thin slice, where it says like, yes, you do judge a book by the cover, and that thin slice of how you think about it the first few moments might affect the way you think about it forever. And I'm not sure if that's kind of what they're saying by thin slicing. And that's exactly what I was talking about, more in terms of like a KMAC type group evolutionary strategy type. You're saying that pattern making and chunking is a strategy, and the strategy builds momentum. And so I think, in essence, I think that concept is very similar to what psychologists may refer to as thin slicing.
Okay, so the way I would understand thin slicing is that we have a certain number of patterns that we can recognize. And what those patterns inform is whether there's cognitive dissonance with any of our imperatives of consciousness. And the question is, how much information do we need before we can recognize a pattern? And those patterns are stored in our quantum minds themselves. And there's just like a set of things that you're able to recognize. And that's where narratives come in and all that other stuff. So it's like a 2-step process. You have a normal flow of consciousness, and that's at the top of the diagram there. And at all times where the flow is just normal, you're just basically chilling. So you're pretty confident that you exist, and that you're safe, and that you deserve to exist. So that's like the neutral sort of unaffected state that we all enjoy. But let's say all of a sudden the walls started melting, right? Like, you talk about the DMT type experiences of what people describe as an ego nullification is essentially dissonance with this fundamental projection, which is almost never felt, but it can be. And people who have tripped out hard on psychedelics can sort of relate to what that might be like. It's pretty serious. And then the safety is like if someone's running at you with a knife, you're not going to be too happy about that. So when there's cognitive dissonance with the basic imperatives, there's cognitive, reaction. So there's cognitive dissonance, and then after that, there's like a judgment as to what to do about the cognitive dissonance. And that's two different things. So there's like a two-step pattern recognition, which is where you get these ideas like fight, flight, or freeze. That's when your higher mind's been totally suppressed because so much dissonance. Like dissonance is never good. And it can start to suppress your higher cognition. And so that one example, if you have a very bad situation, it's a judgment between only those options. But then if it's a not quite life-threatening situation, you can still have cognitive dissonance where you're forced to choose between options. And it's basically, which pattern am I going to recognize? So the trick is we don't really need that much information to recognize a pattern. We can recognize a cognitive dissonance pretty much instantly because it's an emotional reaction. The question is simply like, at what level of our consciousness are we performing judgments at the end of the day? So that's thin slicing. I suppose quantum mind in short would explain thin slicing as it's explained by the fact that there are simply not that many patterns, because like what people hold to in regards to patterns that they can remember are usually things like, cultural, civilizational, religious narratives and other sort of things that take up most of your mind. And so the trick is really just the learning to mediate how you react to cognitive dissonance. And with that, welcome Gandalf to the show. We've got clips I've got a couple lined up from both Gandalf's appearance on Luke's, as well as our upper decker on Claire's. So, Doovid, what do you think about what I said? The cognitive dissonance model is sort of like, I don't really know on before we go to Gandalf, I just want to make sure if Doovid had anything to say about what I said, or if it even made sense, or with regards to the cognitive dissonance, because to me it makes sense, but I don't know if everybody can think that slowly.
Yeah, I think what we're working towards is actually going to be a type model and mathematics that will, I don't know, be as bold to say to solve the hard problem of consciousness. And so we're slowly aiming to show how these various known accepted concepts in psychology could be explained with this greater theory, and then how this greater theory will be different than Freud and other people who talked about dissonance, because it's going to be largely based on physics and science and energy levels, and should correspond to neurology or even dualism or various things through maybe the multiple truth hypothesis, but a more scientific model that will be better at making predictions or being convertible to formulas in mathematics. So I'm getting pretty excited about it. And I was thinking, we could talk about this more later if Gandalf's not in the mood for science, but you're like configurations versus patterns. And then some of these patterns or configurations might be universal, that that these configurations that are useful for, I was talking about music, could be the same configurations that like the spiritual said, that they're actually life trajectories, that the pattern of moving up and down that makes a tune corresponds to decision making or life trajectories of patterns are up and down. And that's why if you could reduce dissonance to largely a binary of even if it's not like a 0 or 1, but it's either moving this direction or that direction in a binary way, like, okay, dissonance ensues, so you could basically either ignore it or try to do something about it, react. So it's okay, I'm on the path, and the chunk that I've done or the pattern that I've accepted is causing me dissonance. So it's just like you're driving your car and you hear a noise, or whatever the example, just ignore it, push on, keep on the same sort of strategy because the momentum is behind it towards like, okay, you got to slow down, you got to figure out what's making the noise, what's causing the dissonance, can you fix that and preserve the momentum of the current strategy you're on, or do you have to exert the energy to slow down, to change paths. And that's why this decision-making process that's such an important part of consciousness, the hard problem of consciousness, psychology, sociology, free will debates, that I think we're on the verge of hopefully in the next few months of having a presentable scientific method, even hopefully.
Well, thanks for that. I'm glad to hear you're excited. And we had a we had you bring up an interesting question, which was configuration versus pattern. Are they the same thing or are they different? So why don't we just actually put that one to the audience? What do you think? Is configuration the same thing as pattern, or is there some important difference between those definitions? Because I know what I think, but I want to give everyone else a chance to respond first, just out of curiosity there.
And just to put it to the question, if you think like, okay, you mentioned E, and is E a configuration? So you're saying like, oh, the pattern there is hitting the E configuration. It's like, well, of course, everything resorts to the configuration of the natural of E because it's some sort of natural pattern that all things relate to, and I would say even spiritual things, because it's this anomaly of the function that it's its own derivative. In terms like, and also you're talking about a useful configuration that would be useful for other fields, like an equation, differential equation or eigenvector, where the exact same equation, the exact same graph or vector field not only explains phenomenon in physics, but literally the exact same vector field could explain a phenomenon in economics and other different fields. And same because that vector field it's an important configuration, and so a configuration is a pattern, but I think I would say configuration is a special type of pattern, and then we're also, like I said, an expertise where we're developing our own technical language to express ideas that really presently don't have words to express the ideas that we're talking about.
Yeah, because just saying, oh, it's a number, it's everywhere in nature, it's like, well, that's not really accurate, right? Like what's accurate is that there are patterns discernible in nature, but we don't actually have answers as to why. And if we have a look at this other number called the golden ratio, which is referred to as phi, I believe, this shows up in nature. I mean, I'm sure we've all seen pictures, right? Various examples. Oh, and nothing's coming up. That's great.
Yeah, Fibonacci is actually related to the golden ratio because you could derive it. But and even
there we
the
go.
Platonic forms, if the concept of the Platonic forms, and saying, Doooovid is saying we call it the Platonic forms, but maybe it's the Platonic configurations.
Well, that's a great question, because ultimately we're going to run up against the question of what is the difference between form and function. And if we're not using things exactly in the same definition, we're going to run into some problems for sure. So it's definitely important to realize that just saying, well, yeah, it's a pattern in nature, dude. It's like, yeah, but why does it look like this? Like, why does the golden ratio appear on plants, whereas why does E appear on this like fusion process in the, I can bring it back up here, the fusion egg process? And the answer is that, well, it's alive. It's got a quantum field, right? And that quantum field has to be basically able to measure its own eigenstates, right? Because the information that goes into the quantum mind If it's not discernible by the quantum mind, there's not going to be any information transfer. So it's like built into the fact that since this quantum function is imparting information to the physical world, which is of course how life comes about, it's going to have to do so in a manner where it's coherent with its eigenstates. So this is sort of a way of thinking of like the way you could think about this is like the energetic center of the quantum consciousness is saturating at that point. Like we can see that out of this twirly thing, there's a center to it, even though it's not always in the exact same place. Like there's a range of values through which the center oscillates. Okay, and there can be said to be a center of this vibration, right? Like it's clearly not on the top right-hand side. No one's going to say, well, the center of vibration is in the top right-hand side. It's like, no, it's in the middle to bottom left-hand side somewhere. And it may move around a bit, but it's confined to that area. That's why you have to have E. And then when you have to have the golden ratio, that has to do with something else, right? Because that's not talking about I was going to say in real time, but yeah, I guess you could look at it that way. Because the way a plant grows is not real time. It's not like you can just watch a plant grow, right? So it is informed by its environment, excuse me, as well. But because we're talking about two different time scales, the pattern is going to be a little different. And I guess the best argument as to why you see this spiral so much, aka this golden ratio thing, is that it represents its own type of geodesic, i.e. a shape that's going to be maximally it's going to be in the highest entropy state, which happens to be something where the energy is distributed in such a way as to sort of balance itself out. Go ahead, Doovid.
Yeah, the reduction of entropy in dissonance is going to be a phenomenon at all levels where you're saying, okay, like how many scales does the pangolin have? And it's probably Fibonacci because it's going to, have to find stability at a certain energy level, and likely those energy levels that are going to determine how many scales it's going to have is going to be Fibonacci. Although I haven't investigated that. In any of these phenomena on any level, it's like, what's the cause of evolution and mutations? And say, well, it's entropy, that you can't have a perfect replication. And that could actually be quantized and predicted to some level. So that's a configuration. So say this phenomenon of dissonance is like a configuration because it works for a scientific phenomenon, maybe at even atomic levels, like electrons falling at certain levels. It only works at certain levels. They only find stability at various energy levels. There's no stability between levels. So if they're in between levels, they're naturally going to go to one of the closest energy levels, and that process of or configuration could be extrapolated or possibly even exactly calculated for such things like how the mind makes choices in complicated phenomenon, or understanding like how the mind processes information as a reduction of dissonance, or the natural phenomenon of the increase of entropy in Tara Reid, Ahmaud Arbery, the Detroit nursing home beating, and various things, that this process of the reduction of dissonance and the increase of entropy is basically the process that will be extrapolated to the eventual solution to the hard problem of consciousness.
Yay! All right, so we did get one answer about pattern versus configuration. Québécois Foie Gras says pattern recognition is looking for exceptions. A pattern is like a puzzle piece. A configuration is like a puzzle. I agree with you that configuration has a certain impersonal vibe to it, and pattern has a distinctly human vibe to it. So I guess one argument you could say a configuration is just like generally what's there and the relationships between the space-time that's there. And a pattern
utility configuration is just something that exists or works.
It's just whatever's there. Like if I say there's a configuration, like you think of it as like a diagram of how a machine works. It has a particular configuration. It's very cut and dry. It's just that's what it is. That's how it's configured. And I mean, when I think of configuration, I mean, the word figure is part of it. So figure does imply a complete whole, and that actually does end up mattering whether you're talking about a subset or the entire thing, because
If he's a chess
what we
player,
understand,
the
the patterns
studies-
we understand are whole. They're not parts of patterns. It's like a whole pattern or nothing. It might be a fuzzy pattern, but it's a unified whole. Go ahead, Doovid.
the studies related to chess, I mean, because generally most chess games are unique, and the chunk is like you could have a castled king or a certain configuration, and there might be mating patterns, but these configurations that occur on the chessboard could occur in different games. So the expert player recognizes more configurations, and that's a phenomenon. That what's the difference between the rankings of players is recognition of these configurations, and then when these configurations arise during your game, you're going to be able to find the best series of moves because you recognize that configuration.
The way I would
thing that would
I think you're
apply-
making it very confusing to call it that, because to me it's just one configuration. They're looking at the same chessboard, but it's the player that recognizes more patterns within the board that's going to win.
But it's saying that it's like the planets aligned. There's a configuration of, in astrological terms, and I think it's different than the pattern, because it's like, okay, when the planets align, when you achieve this configuration, something's going to happen that means something, that we've achieved this configuration. And you could call
That's
the
the
configuration.
pattern. The pattern is the meaning that one ascribes to a particular configuration. And when you're talking about a chessboard, there's multiple patterns that can be ascribed to the chessboard, because, like, I imagine the best chess players, they're just looking at all the possible sets of moves that their opponents could make from that particular configuration.
Is a subset of the larger pattern. I mean, say if you start with 16 pieces on each side, but there's only, let's say 5 or 6 pieces that are part of a certain configuration. And so that configuration of just a few of the pieces is enough to have the relevant pattern, regardless of where the rest of the pieces are, because there's the subset of a sub pattern that creates this important configuration. It's probably related to debate and entertainment and music. And
whoa, dude, that's crazy. How is that related to debate and entertainment and music?
Because there's structures. Configurations are repetitive structures where when you achieve a given, that's why Quebec was, or whoever said in the chat about a puzzle, like a configuration is an answer to a puzzle. It's not just a given pattern. The configuration is the answer to the puzzle. Like, I've solved, this is the answer. This configuration solves the problem. Any other, so to say, configuration does not solve the problem. There's only one unique configuration that's the answer to this puzzle. But those unique configurations that answer this question could be like not a universal key that it solves any question, but a global key that configuration will open up many locks, and will be useful in many different forms.
Yeah, I think that it's better to use my definition, because the configuration is the total chessboard, and there's only one configuration per iteration of the game, right? And that's easy to follow. So there's the start configuration, and then there's the first move, and so on. And how good you are of a chess player depends on how many patterns you can recognize within those particular successive configurations. But I know I understand what you're saying. You're saying,
if you're saying like,
saying,
okay,
like,
the configuration is the fact that, like, the cycle of birth and death, that you're born one day and you die. Like, this is the setup that you start with. This is what the ending looks like.
no, the configuration
in
for
the
us
mess of it all,
No.
within your life between birth and death, you might achieve certain configurations of you and a bunch of other phenomenon on the planet that is part of some special configuration that will cause some larger outcome that would normally be any under different circumstances, because you found the correct configuration.
I would put it like this. the configuration, the universal configuration is the laws of nature, and we're a pattern within that configuration. And then on top of that, we recognize other patterns. But that's the basic configuration, is that there's laws that can't be broken, and and one of those laws is conservation laws. So that would be the configuration, and then the pattern would be everything that happens within said configuration, i.e. like the plurality of life and stuff. That's patterned after that configuration. That's how I would describe it. And Gandalf has said, I'm sorry we haven't got to you, Gandalf. We just got so excited with our, I guess we could call it an autistic digression. But apparently those are big these days, so we might be on the forefront of a new and cool trend. So, but yeah, Gandalf, why don't you jump in with your question, and then we can get to your week in review.
Yeah, I'm fascinated with this chess analogy, and kind of a burning question, and I want to get the metaphor totally right, because I think it's a decent one. So let's say I'm in a chess game, and we're 6 moves in, and there's a certain pattern to the pieces, right? The reason that I can tell and make moves, or counter moves, I should say, to potential moves by the other player, say, I'm player white and the other player is player black, is because I know that within the rules of chess, there's only so many possible configurations because the individual pieces can only make certain moves.
Yes, I'm trying to include like.
Was that a
main
good
patterns.
analogy, though? Was that a good analogy, though? I want to make sure.
Well, I think it's okay, but I guess I'm trying to create a lexicon terminology for certain concepts, and one of the the demonstrations that people understand are on the same page about what these words and concepts means is the scientific method, that you could apply the concept to multiple different fields. At the same concept you could apply to a chess analogy, a science analogy, a psychology analogy, a political science analogy. Okay, you got it.
Oh, one other thing. There was a fascinating discussion in the chat via thin slicing about whether the stereotyping and the fact that stereotypes tend to be somewhat statistically accurate is a form of thin slicing. I just thought that was a fascinating question in the chat.
No, it's not. It's not a form of thin slicing, because it's not really the right term. Thin slicing. What it is like pattern recognition. So when you talk about stereotypes, it's basically because your residual narrative for a particular archetype is insufficient, right? Like people who say that all X are like Y, and trying to I guess pigeonhole, is because there's not enough richness within the stored archetype to recognize any pattern other than a very basic one.
It goes to the narrative versus the equation, especially in the science of consciousness, because in the Freudian days, not just Freud, and people use narrative to understand motive, where you'd have like a chess player, you want how did this person do it, and then they interview the famous chess player, and the famous chess player would explain how their thought process they were going about when they were making this decision. And that's based on these narratives that people self-describe their processes. That's how people like Freud and the early theoreticians of mind usually went about it, until you reach the scientific era of quantifiable data of tests and patterns, where it's as opposed to having this great player describe what they're thinking. Let's just show them like hundreds of positions and various decision things, and time them and test them, and we're not going to even ask them what's going through their mind or what they're thinking or how they did it, and we might even reject that they could even describe what they were thinking, or that that's useful in the first place, and for a more quantitative method. And now we're still largely in this quantitative era, but I think there is value to the narrative at the same time. But sometimes there's conflict between the quantitative data and the narrative data. That's part of why you need the multiple truth hypothesis.
So Gandalf, just go back to your question because I don't really feel like I've fully answered it. Is that I suppose you could say stereotyping would be a result of thin slicing if you accept that thin slicing is a thing. And I'm saying there is clearly an effect there where conclusions are drawn with very limited amounts of evidence. And what I'm saying is that's a matter of pattern recognition. There's only a couple patterns for most people that they can recognize. Not too many patterns. There's like, am I fitting in type of pattern? Am I safe type of pattern? But generally, yeah, there's not much, is there?
Okay, I see where you're going with that. Thanks for answering my two questions. I do like autistic digressions. I like following them closely. But I'm excited for the week in review. We've had a lot of fun with Claire. I mean, Doovid seems to think I'm karmatically consigned to the Claire Cod dungeon, but I think I do a pretty good job of shouting my truth at Claire Caw, and I don't know what you think. It's always fun on her streams, and I'm excited to see what you think about my appearances there.
Are you talking about me or Doovid?
Well, Doovid was saying a couple times in the side chat, you're still, going to spend a few more months with Claire Caw.
The minor league. Yeah, I'm saying you still got your. Yeah, I mean, you give like, okay, like, I'm gonna go back to New York, and like the boys are back in town, but like, who are you gonna meet up with? Like, who cares? And it's like no, like, the biggest, like the biggest party and the coolest people in town are gonna stop by and hang out with me. Or you say like, no, like, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna end up in like Claire's basement party, get drunk, pass out, throw up, and a few days later go home, and that's it.
And pretend like it never happened.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like my triumphant return to streaming, and like your triumphant
okay,
return.
It's my fault. I take responsibility. If this damaged Gandalf's public image, I'll take responsibility.
Saying, like, and you can have good, fun conversations, and Claire's smart, and Daniel actually sound more articulate and better in the past, and a lot of times, like, you just need someone to talk to and talk through your ideas, and a platform like Claire could be, but like, no, I don't think. I mean, it's not high quality streaming content, and it's like generally, those are stuff that aren't gonna that they're gonna find their way to the cutting room floor. Eventually, you're gonna produce higher quality content, and like like it's unlikely that even stuff from Claire, too much of that will even make a highlight reel. Although I guess Jennifer did make a highlight reel.
I made a teeny tiny highlight reel, but I take your point. So yeah, why don't we tune into that right now? It starts off with Gandalf on Luke's, and then I think it threads quite nicely into us on Claire's. So if you guys don't mind, if you're going to take a break, Doovid, this is a good time. So yeah, we'll talk again I'm not sure how long it is. We'll say about 10 minutes. All right. So you guys ready? You guys ready for the playback of the week?
And what were you talking about with Claire Caw?
Well, the usual thing about, always got to go back to secular Quranism, even though we were talking about Church of Entropy's approach to morality, which I think is a very intuitive and scientific approach. Claire kind of struggles with wanting to get too deeply into it because she's very insistent on her point of view about God. Even though her point of view about God consistently has logical errors, that doesn't really seem to bother Claire. I mean, I kind of admire that Claire is so bullheaded. Claire is really amazing. She sticks to the same story no matter what. I mean, she had one follower for a while, John Vance, who's now moved on somewhere else, and she keeps plugging away. I mean, she's been at it 10 years trying to get her second secular Quranist. It's some level, I kind of admire the dogged pursuit of that first follower.
And
meanwhile,
what is her perspective on God?
Well, she doesn't really believe in God, which is funny because she wants to, but at the same time, she thinks that the God of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam is the real God because it's converted the most people and therefore is the most powerful and most well-known, and therefore it's the right place from which to derive laws for society, which is a very cynical and utilitarian argument.
And are there any time stamps in your discussion with Claire that you'd recommend perhaps I play on this show? What was the benefit to you in going on this Claire Core stream? Like, where did you gain a benefit?
Well, the benefit I gain is continuing to sharpen my ability to watch other people's debating and discussing strategies and figuring out how to parry bad faith arguments, understand dead ends and loops that people want to go into, and all the while doing this, press on with ideas. Because I think of all the people I've met on the internet who are, I guess, quote unquote, thought leaders, I think the best I've seen so far is Jen Sharp. I think her ideas are top notch. I can't recall either in her blog or the streams I've seen her in make a bad argument. I've never seen her make a bad argument. So, I mean, and I look at the solidity of her thought and I'm like, okay, I'll follow that because it's, and a lot of her views kind of jive with mine. I mean, I was kind of on her same wavelength before I even met her. And I really like the elegance of how she puts very complex ideas together in a very compelling framework.
And for someone who doesn't know Jen, how would you describe her?
Well, there's a lot of crap said about her, so you got to get through that. But she's actually a very, very kind, benevolent person who really just lives her life just to want to teach science, math, and philosophy, and that's all she really cares about. And she tries to explain stuff, and she's treated as insane for trying to come up with a model to explain quantum mechanics. And I'm like, well, trying to explain quantum mechanics is extremely important because it's the frontier of physics, and she probably does it better than anybody else I've seen. And I can validate it myself insofar as when I was a kid growing up in Chicago, I used to do summer programs at Fermilab, the big particle accelerator here. And some of the themes and issues Jen was talking about were things that all these high-paid scientists were dreaming about years ago. And then Jen comes up with explanations that are profound, elegant, and yet very simple at the same time. And it's like, how did all these really intelligent people not figure it out?
Leopold Weiss, the Jew who helped invent the modern Islamic State.
Right.
Europe's gift to Islam, was born in Austria, Hungary, 116 years ago this week. His ideas on the intersection of politics and religion are more important than ever. So anyway,
No.
the point is that...
Are you saying he's a banker or something?
The point is here that if I told you I had a machine, that if you use it, you could fly. Just strap it to your back and then you can fly with this machine. And I kept telling you that I had this machine, but I never provided any evidence for it. Would you believe me?
I'm quite skeptical of your claims, Jen, as you well
Probably
know.
wouldn't believe me, right? So if this religion came and said, hey, we can abolish usury, and then I look at its history and I realize it's actually served as the vehicle for the expansion of usury, I might think, hey, maybe that's not a factual claim.
Okay,
Hey.
I can give you quite a few reasons.
Uh-oh. Someone's on the show.
Yep, Zuhair asked to come on, and Claire gave me permission to give the link.
Yeah, so what are we talking about here? We're talking about Jennifer.
Hey, Zuhar. How are you doing, Zuhar?
I'm fine. Nice to see you too. Well, let's say something. Jennifer and Gandalf were the nicest two people to me so far. I've been joining your pocket, and everybody is being rude to me just because I'm from a different country and speak with an accent. But Gandalf and Jennifer, they didn't see that. They didn't care about that. They see the person as human. And people like you, like OV, who promotes Christianity, he says he believes in Jesus and this and that. He also
doesn't.
promotes.
He
Can you
says
please
he's
allow me to
atheist.
speak?
Can
you allow
I
me
have
to
to
speak?
correct you, because OV says he's
Am I
atheist.
allowed to speak, or I'm going to be cut every single minute?
No, I'm just correcting you about OV being Christian. That's all I wanted to say. Carry on.
All right, so we see Christians, they have churches where only white people can go. When the blacks, they have churches with black Jesus where only blacks can go. And the brown people have churches with the brown Jesus where only brown can go. So the God of Christianity is a racist God. And about Islam, does Islam do usury or not? I know about that more than any one of you. If you look at modern day banks, they will sell you a car that's worth $9,000 for $10,000 if you pay in parts. It means that every month you can pay $900 and until you pay everything. And then instead of they charging you for $9, which is the original price of the car, they will charge you for $10 because you buy the car in parts. So if that is not usury, then what is it? Can you explain to me? This is the modern Islamic banks, by the way. So the modern Islamic, system is corrupted.
All right. Well, there we go. That's it for clips from Gandalf's week and mine, I guess, week in review. It looks like Doovid is still taking a trip elsewhere. So I don't think he's quite there yet. But yeah, thanks for the shout out on Luke's Gandalf. I appreciate that. And I don't know. The combos have been interesting. I always like I'm a sucker for the panels. You know what I mean? The big 5-person panels. Sometimes it's just magic. Sometimes it's a shit show, and then it's just like, forget it. But when it's good, it seems to be really good. Anyway,
well, it was that 5 hours with Claire and OV from the previous week that probably was almost the best ever. And I would probably rate my other favorite panel of all time, where we had that, I think Niall was his name, some British trad cat came in. We spent 10 hours talking about Caesarism and the nature of strongman leaders with Claire. So Claire has this way of, because I've seen it many times, of when she kind of sits back a little bit and occasionally asks a question, but just lets 4 or 5 people just kind of duke it out in their own way, she gets magic on her streams. When she monologues about her ideas for the umpteenth zillionth time, and she talks about how much she just loves Jews and they're the most ancient people and powerful people, yet nothing she says about Judaism is actually what Judaism is. That's her usual shtick. And that's boring. No one likes it. But when Claire has these panels, she gets 25, 30 views. And I don't know why she doesn't stick to that. It's kind of fascinating that she sabotages her own chance to expand the viewership of her channel. I mean, it's a common thing with her. Her own ideas get 5 people. The panels get 5 times as many people. What do you think about that particular pattern that we saw this week, but we've seen it so many times?
I was just thinking about that, self-sabotage pattern. It's it's a thing.
What's the dissonance? Meaning, it's obviously she's doing whatever she's doing to limit her dissonance, and when and the problem with the momentum of being pushed in a bad direction, and a lot of people, God forbid, who never get their life together, are constantly in this pattern of going from one failed strategy to the next, and especially as a streaming strategy, when you open your channel up to platform other people, and you're building off the momentum of other people. And then she's coming there and it's like, no, I wanted this momentum, but I want the momentum behind me. It has to be about me. And then, saying this momentum, it's not about me. So that's the self-sabotage strategy. It's like, no, burn it all down then. Like, like I only, built this castle, so I could be king. And if someone else is going to be king, let's burn it all down. And, that constant thing of riding the momentum of something else in order to get a crowd, and then trying to veer, to get in front of the crowd and veer that crowd, saying, well, since you're gathered and since I'm in front of you, you might as well become my followers, which, rarely works. But like that phenomenon of like a mathematical formulaic process, I think you could see happen with Claire like over and over and over again.
Well, she gives me the opportunity in so doing to constantly try sorry, there's a lot of people driving past the window in my house because it's very hot, so I have to have the window open. Anyway, every time I try a new rhetorical strategy to try and explain maybe my approach to natural religion as opposed to her approach to book-centered Abrahamic religions, and how Europeans kind of instinctively view how they can restore the patriarchy and restore leadership and restore our civilization. I keep trying different rhetorical lines, and every time I do that, the morons and vegetables in the chat like me more or find a new reason to like me. So Claire might try the same failed strategy and try and do this recursive loop, but I always try and parry it in a different way. And of course, I'm well past the point of realizing that I have a snowball's chance in hell of convincing Claire to change her mind. But I always change minds and have people in the chat view me as charismatic, intellectual in a new way. So I always enjoy doing that. And I think, Jen, you seem to like my my monologue, some of my monologues on Claire. What are some of your opinions about those?
Well, it's sort of hard to time, but you do kind of get swept away by the moment of in an emotional wave that I think is inspiring at times. So that's sort of the vibe I'm looking to, I guess, channel in a more organized way. And yeah, it comes out, I cannot engineer a set of circumstances where the end result is Gandalf. I don't want to say spurging out, but you know what I mean. Speaking in an impassioned, stochastic manner. But it's good, it's like, it's something. And it's like freeform, more so freeform on, what would you call it? Like it's semi-freeform because Claire's like kind of a wind-up doll. Like if it's just her, it's just a ramble. If it's one other person, it's an interview / interrogation, depending on how well she knows them. And if it's any more than one person, she just doesn't talk. And those are the ones that get all the views.
I can't help but want to just laugh because it's such a funny thing. I had I think since I've come back to streaming and I've thought about my old streams and trying to improve as a streamer, I think I know how to channel my passion without like going on a total shitler tier rant. Like I raise my voice just the right way, find a certain pitch, and I try and drive and punch like a boxer or shoot like a marksman right through the target to like hammer something home. I try and get that across. And it's really funny. I was hammering con-ops on something, and then all of a sudden Claire's like, we just got to stop the stream. It's over. And then they went and spent, I think, almost 2 hours coping. Because
the rage quit.
The rage quit. I almost think, did that have to be probably the worst CFO?
Motivating somebody to rage quit is definitely up there. I would say so. She had the stream apparently from yesterday taken down. We don't know why. I could actually find that point. Do you remember which stream it was where she rage quit? I guess it's the one right before the Cope stream with Conops, because she always changes the name, so it's hard to navigate. I try to keep the names nice and stable.
Yeah, I
All
do.
nice and predictable.
I do too. Sometimes, occasionally, I misplace memes and streams because, like, how I'm thinking of naming it at one point, I can't recall later. You know, the way I try and batch streams and ideas is it's challenging because, like, how I think about those streams sometime later is different than how I thought about those streams when I tried to name them or batch them. Because I have all these
Luke Ford will do that too. I mean, you could do that completely strategically to get more viewers, or sometimes the topic changes, or sometimes like with Claire, you think like, no, it's like a manipulative bait and switch, where she's got some intention that she's not going to tell you about and going to try to like use you in some counterintuitive way to advance something else that she's trying to do.
Well, her latest thing, and she did a very short stream on it today, and I think she wants to, I'm sure she's going to ask to interview me, but she wants to have like a stream about tomorrow, like asking people about their visions of the future. I think Claire is trying to have maybe more focused interviews. I think that is, Claire rarely does stuff that's super new, but to me that seems a little bit new for Claire.
Well, I think in the way you could, to better group chunk lists for streaming is like, yeah, Claire and Luke Ford are kind of like the same. I mean, obviously Luke Ford has a more professional background in radio, although Claire might have more background in politics and law. But just like Luke, every day he's sending out those links and looking for topics. So Claire also, she's just sending out those links, and she might be telling different people different things and send a link out to you. But if someone higher on her list decides to come on, she might stab you in the back. I don't know, God forbid. But those are all dynamics of streaming. And in terms of that, you might be able to just compare it to this is how she runs her streaming. This is how Luke Ford runs his streaming. And it's one of the necessities of the community that are anchored by people like Claire and Luke that stream for hours every day.
Another thing from the Claire stream that I just learned a lot, and Jan, I'm interested in your opinion on this. It's just, I'm always stunned by Conops. I mean, I shouldn't always be stunned, but like in the last 1, maybe 2 weeks, because it's been going on a while, his extreme resistance to anything challenging his comfy supremacist liberalism. The fact that it's growing so shrill is really interesting. Perhaps it's a sign of something changing kind of metapolitically, because I view Conops as like the typical European liberal.
He seems to be I don't want let me think here, like spurging out quicker. Like he's just I'm trying to think how to describe it, because I know what you're talking about. He seems more, I guess I describe it as Alinsky tactics. Like he seems just to want to, no matter what direction the conversation is going in, he seems to want to derail it with hair splitting of some type of hair splitting, where it's either like, I mean, take your pick, right? It's like, I'm trying to get, I figured out he wants to be asked what his opinions are. He wants to be a little pampered, little elitist there. Well, why are your opinions so valuable, Conops? And basically he's just going to like shoot everybody down until somebody like clues in that he just wants to be asked. And he's quite certain he's got it all figured out. Well, yeah, it's like, I guess the way we're looking at things is just basically hitting him with wave after wave of cognitive dissonance. So he's got to resort to his, pre-planned, Euro pill pull, as I've called it. And he does it so much that is itself becoming recognizable as a pattern. And like he's just sort of coming across as like uncooperative, I guess. Because there's sort of a difference between skepticism, antagonism, and just like outright, hostility, where you only agree with people's points to get a bigger BTFO, 2 or 3 steps down the line. It's like there's not really much good faith arguing going on there. So he's quite the character. He kind of reminds me of Domingo, but nice connection there, Doovid, that you made between Luke and Claire, because yeah, they do stream way more than I ever could on a regular basis.
And just when you're saying the con-ops there, that's really like the Stephen Molyneux technique, or like the general European passive aggressiveness, where it's like, like you just like you're not really, you don't really want to be my friend. You're not really being friendly. You're being passive aggressive. So it's like, oh, let me ask you a few friendly questions. And then it's like, oh, you have the wrong answer. And it's like, I always knew you were wrong. And because you answered the question wrong, now it's time to penalize you. So it's just like that kind of typical con-ops European passive aggressiveness. Maybe Gandalf, could also typically fall into that, or even Luke Ford, Jonathan Pohl, SDFU, Brundle, and any of these, Norvin.
Don't you think Luke is more just like deadpan irony, and Gandalf is just like pure idealistic naivete? I mean, I agree with you that Claire is definitely bad faith in the sense of like every question being a setup. But I don't know if you could say that for like SDFU or Pohl. Like they just seem like a couple of bungleheads to me.
Yeah, I think you're the only person who considers me passive aggressive. Most people consider me just I just spill my guts and punch you in the face rhetorically.
Well, I think because it's European, it's a strategy. And like Claire, Claire has an idea that she wants to push. She has ulterior motives. Like Jews, we have ulterior motives as the European passive aggressive strategy of getting you to expose yourself, of like, pretending to be friendly, but that passive aggressiveness is always there, where it's saying like, oh, they're going to get you to slip in order to, virtue signal to each other. That's pretty clear between like con-op, Stephen Molyneux, Brundlefly, Gandalf, or whatever, that they exhibit that same way, and saying that Jews Jew, Europeans European, and what I'm referring to that pattern of a passive aggressiveness, or this as seen by con-op, Stephen Molyneux type, give him rope to hang himself with, but that's a pattern that really all Europeans generally are falling into.
I guess I don't see it with Gandalf, but I agree with you about the others.
Even Gandalf, I was saying like maybe to a lesser extent, but like yes, even Gandalf still has that boundary condition or natural tendency to fall into that same pattern.
Yeah, I'm a fake on that.
Oh well, maybe we'll notice it at some point. It's not come up on my radar. Let's just put it that way.
One other thing you triggered Claire on. I'm just going through the whole stream in my head and all of your interactions, because your interactions with Claire, they are funny in a certain way. I mean, you triggered Claire when you cornered her on her bad faith with approach to statecraft and law because of the history of Chinese merchant minorities basically exploiting the Malay people. And she just really, you got under her skin big time with that. Like one of the things, it's one of the few times where Claire's blatant hypocrisy that I've seen of late really sort of chafed at her a little bit. I was wondering if you noticed the same thing. Like maybe there's something stirring with Claire just a little bit.
All right, let me just plug my headphones in. Sorry, I'm just boiling some water there. I agree with you that she got triggered. I think the biggest triggering was, I don't know, you might have been asleep at that point. Were you asleep on that stream yesterday?
Yeah, I fell asleep about with two hours to go. I mean, I was kind of just hanging back, and I just, I get my period of narcolepsy.
It's cool. It's cool. That's what I thought. That's fine. But I'm trying to remember when exactly we went over that, because I can't remember if you were conscious on the stream. But talking about, the history of I wouldn't say it's a merchant minority rulership. It's more of like a strong arm dictator rulership. And it was in relation to Claire's talking about, the beta males being the ones who choose the alpha male to lead them, and just how counterintuitive I think that is for a lot of Europeans. But yeah, there was that, and there was another thing that really got to her. But you were there for that one, right? That's what you're describing?
Yeah, that one I am describing, and it's one of the times you've triggered her that I've just noticed her really really flustered about it, because it's we've rarely talked about things from kind of her background, considering her kind of cultural and ethnic history. So I found that kind of interesting, because she really loves to comment on everybody else's ethnicity and culture when she doesn't even understand our ethnicity and culture. Like, Claire just cannot understand like how someone like me approaches truth and utility. It's something which, if she even wanted to understand it, it's even possible. Which tells me that there's something about like a European approach to truth and idealism, which just is impossible for a lot of other groups to even deign to understand.
Were you there when we went through the history of the rulers of China?
Yeah, and you did a very good quick and dirty on that.
And you were there for the one where we talked about the Malayan minority or majority with the Chinese minority. Okay, so sorry, I think I got confused as to which one you were referring to there, or you were just sort of sandwiching them together.
I might have sandwiched them together because they were part of the same arc.
Sorry, your IQ is just too high for me right now. I can play like the rage quit part, just like the last minute and a half of the stream, and we can. I'm pretty sure this is it. It says May 23rd, so we'll just have a quick listen to a minute and a half of that. Looks like it's frozen here, so I gotta. Sorry, but like that's a considerable demographic, and it's a demographic I care about because I like people who can think in a good way.
Jen, you already know that nobody who knows you in our circles has any clue about physics. So, of course, you will, in our circles, hold supreme authority over knowledge of math.
I used to go to Fermilab as a kid every summer to do a summer program. That's the premier particle accelerator in the world, and most of the world's top scientists would make appearances there and teach kids about how great science was. So I don't have the super high ability with the math and logic past like freshman year of college, but I've always followed what goes on in science with a fine-tooth comb. My disciplinary specialties are in other regions, but what goes on in scientific learning, what the journals are producing, what they're saying, I follow all of it. Can I produce like the best theories and design the best experiments and do the most esoteric and technical work with it? No. But once it's produced, can I understand it and analyze it? In most cases, yes, because I have 150 IQ.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to close the stream down, okay?
Looks like that was the crucial moment.
Shall I start one just for us? A quick
Rip.
one just to talk about.
Which was followed by at least hour-long Coke stream.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to
to
think back. How often does Claire do cope streams? I mean, it's been a while since I think she's done one.
Aren't every single one of her solo streams cope streams of some sort?
I should say she does a cope stream immediately after she ends another stream.
But aren't those solo streams also kind of cope streams because it's just like ranting?
Yes, and her obsession with you has not diminished at all. In fact, I think the main reason she talks to me is she thinks she can get to you. Like her whole inviting me on to talk about morality from nihilism, and we didn't get very far in it, of course, because she just refuses to want to go through in that discussion. It's just what's going to happen if you go on a Claire stream. It's just there's no other result that can happen. But she's just obsessed with this idea that she's going to prove you wrong, and she's never won a single argument. And I totally trash like her idea of God because it's completely illogical, doesn't work. And she thinks that if she can trap me somehow, you're just going to appear and then somehow want to contradict me and then fall in love with her point of view. I think she's totally lost her ego to a point where she just can't see beyond it. I think she has some cognitive dissonance issues that are worth some memes and models of their own right. We could use Claire as an example of cognitive dissonance because secular Quranism, it's unlikely she'll ever get another follower. Yet she's totally stuck in the same loop, and absolutely no information can penetrate that bubble. And it's unbelievably fascinating. I think Claire Kaw is probably one of the best examples of cognitive dissonance between her view of herself and her idea and how everyone else views it that I've ever seen.
That's the greater level of the streamer who's saying like loneliness, social dejection to embarrassment is better than this continued isolation and in a streaming environment, controlled embarrassment, but at least it's a predictable social interaction. So that's regular, streamers like your relationship with Claire. In both of your cases, it's a predictable social interaction that provides you with both with this necessary vehicle that's probably both largely motivated by a desire to end loneliness or to make up for IRL lack of success to succeed in a different venue like streaming. And then then there's the dissonance of what do you make with that relationship. It's like, oh, Claire Kaw, my best friend. Everybody you meet, you got to tell, like, oh, like, thank God I met this wonderful woman, Claire Kaw. Like, we spent hours and hours together with each other every day. We just keep on talking and talking. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. Or you say, like, no, there's like this little confrontational thing where like you think you're doing this like greater service to defeat her. And it's like, I'm not even her friend. I just talk to her for hours and hours every day, and I don't even like her. What type of karma do you have in that case?
Oh, confrontational karma? Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I got so ultra nostalgic when we did that 14-hour stream. Like, it just reminded me of the good old days, just walking up and challenging random people to a debate on the street corner, That's what it felt like. But
well, you might have done that, like you're saying, like, okay, like I took my undergraduate physics of music, and I bought a few books every once in a while. I have a book on acoustics, or if I saw like a really good book on like an instrument and the physics of it, I might buy it and read it or watch a video. But like, no, I moved on. I'm done. So you're saying like, like, no, I'm like, I took a undergraduate streaming debate 101 with Claire Kaw. Like I got a passing grade. I'm not like, I'm just going back to a nostalgic visits to like, or you say like, no, like I remember like Claire would used to be my debate coach and I have fond memories and I don't mind paying her a visit or, pop in on one of my stream or even publicly acknowledging that Claire was one of my debate coaches.
You talking to Gandalf or me?
Well, I'm typing hypothetically. I'm saying either one of you could respond or whatever, but by saying you need a dissonance. I mean, all relationships have dissonance. And so your relationship with Claire Kaw might cause more dissonance than your relationship with other people, and you could resolve that dissonance in various ways. So these just like hypothetical, or it means that you'd have to calculate the current state of dissonance, and then the most likely place for dissonance to fall to next after this current state collapses.
Well, I don't think I'm under any illusions or have any cognitive dissonance via Claire. Like, I know what she's going to do. I mean, I've watched it too many times. I just try and find different ways to parry it so the audience gets a different kind of entertainment every time. And it's a way to kind of just practice going into a kind of dungeon environment and still kind of...
You're saying you want to go...
Well,
you just love going over to this person's house and making a fool of her in front of all of her friends, that you do it all the time. Like,
hold on,
Jennifer, do you want to go over to Claire's house and make a fool of her in front of all her friends and then just leave and go home?
That is absolutely not my motivation. Because it's not nice to make a fool out of people, is it? And it would be nice to avoid it.
Especially in front of all of their friends.
But there are some times, and I think you can agree with me on this, where stuff is just so darn false that you feel guilty letting it go unchallenged. Like with you on Moskowitz, you could have delivered that more diplomatically, but no, you hit him straight with the facts. That's a contradiction. And it was great. And I'm sure you enjoyed it. And I guess like for me, for sure, I'm not interested in a debate with Claire. That's why I said, like, if she wants to debate me, it's got to be moderated and the questions have to be pre-decided, because I'm not going to get drawn into some, snake oil bullshit. But it is fun to try out new debate styles. For example, the Chinese history stuff, the usury connection there, all those different theories that came about later on. I'm totally cool to go into that because it's like a development of new ideas type thing. But yeah, I think it would be an issue if it was just like the same combo happening over and over and over again. It's like, well, wait, like that's but like the ones I tend to go on are when there's a bunch of other panelists and I don't even end up talking to her all that much. So that model works for me just fine. There's just something about, like you said earlier, going to a party at someone else's house versus hosting one that it's just not going to be the same crowd. So I'm certainly not getting up in the morning thinking, oh, got to do my duty to humiliate people because of reasons. It's like, no, it's a matter of principle. Humiliation is really a last resort, because if you're not using it as a last resort, it's less effective. So why the hell would you want to use something that was ineffective? Anybody, you can basically figure out pretty quick a way to get them, I don't know, like it, say something to them that's going to feel like getting hit in the kneecaps. Why would you want to use it? Answer: because if someone behaves so atrociously that's literally the only way you could diminish them is by insulting them to death. Well, that's their choice, not mine. Of course, it still doesn't work, right? Like she's got this, I think, masochistic vibe that just keeps on coming. So it ends up being its own sort of humor. And I think Gandalf was saying earlier, like, it is funny. And I agree, like, there's a certain hilariousness to it. It kind of like, I can't play music, those of you who follow the show for a while know that probably by now, but I suck at music. But I imagine it's kind of like what riffing would be like, improvisational music, whatever that is, when maybe the word isn't riffing, but jamming. Sorry, jamming's the word. Ha ha ha, I'm cool, my fellow kids. You want to jump in here, Doovid?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. And if you thought like, I have my new theory, like, let me ask, like, the delusional of the e-personality in the streaming. It's like, like, no, like, really, like, I'm, God forbid, I'm just an incel loser. I get home and have nothing to do. No one to call, no one's interested to hang out or even talk to me or hear what I have to think. So it's like, oh, honey, I'm home. I pop on the computer and it's saying like you're like, but unfortunately the only one on the other end is like Claire. It's it's like Luke Ford and Claire, and it's the current like Gandalf has talked about this many times, and the current problems of impersonalism of the new technological world. It appears to be getting more that way. Starbucks just reopened near me after the close down, but now you need the app. I didn't have the app from before. I always, usually paid with my card, and I was delaying getting the app, and they always asked, like, you have the app. But now, I think they think it's the only way to order through the app, and it worked out very easy. I got the app. I linked it to my PayPal. Thank you, Peter Thiel, and I put $25 on my card, and then I ordered, and I picked it up, and I went to Starbucks, and the drink was right there by the door, no problem. Thank God. And but that's the new technology, the new America. Then I ordered food from Amazon, Whole Food now, and it came like 4 or 5 hours later. I ordered like $60 worth, and they had all types of stuff, frozen stuff, fresh produce, milk, drinks. I mean, really, you could just switch your shopping online. They only charged me a $5 fee, and it was probably a Muslim man. I'm not exactly sure. Just left it on my driveway. But they gave me the the global position of the driver, so like I could see exactly where his car was of like 30 minutes before it came, and then I got the food, and it was basically cheaper than if I went to the live grocery store. Although I'm kind of cheap, like I only bought the stuff that was like cheaper than I could have got at my grocery store. So they had a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't that way, but that's usually how I shop. I usually get the things that are like cheapest if I can. But that level of interacting with the machine, and it's like I got a full refrigerator. I could like get whatever I want. But it's like, oh honey, I'm home. Like, no one's waiting for me. Like, I'm just a loser. Like, I don't have any friends in real life. I'm just good with the machine. And that's when you're streaming. It's like, well, like you're like, who's there to say good job, Doovid, good job, Gandalf? And it's like, oh man, it's a really short line. And you're saying like Claire is the only person in that line.
I just have a good time with Claire. It's not. It's fun.
I got home after a hard day's work, and I gotta go talk to Claire. See, it's about narrative, right? Like, I get it. I get the narrative that you're saying. It's like it's a certain patheticness about it, but then I could spin just as like I could make
But
the
Gandalf's narratives like I just saved humanity from the clutches of Claire. And it's like, okay, that's one narrative that's interesting.
Well, I usually get the chat loving me, and I love to be loved.
Okay. I could paint the life of the Joe Normalson way more pathetically than what you just said. Because I mean, at the end of the day, what's anyone doing ever? Sitting around intaking carbohydrates and converting oxygen to carbon dioxide, right? It's like, what's anyone doing ever that they can talk about? Whose life even has even a scrap of meaning? And, just because everyone's doing it, it's like, wow, you went to, 10 sports games last year. I guess you're cool. It's like, yeah, but you had to stand beside somebody who smelled awful and was overweight and was chugging beer. And it's like, you give me one of those normie scenarios is supposedly cool. I can make it look like shit. I can give just as like a black build of a narrative on it as Doovid can give with the streams. So it's like, yeah, it's a possible narrative so that, the trick is like, does it matter that I'm a loser that nobody cares about talking to a non-living computer? It's like, does it matter? Is it any more pathetic than what anyone else is doing? Like, I guess, in other words, what could be happening right now that would be better than this? And I know there's tons of stuff that's arguably better, but there is still a trade-off, right? Like, to have people in your proximity carries with it an element of dirt. I'm not saying people are dirty. I'm just saying that, you have a party, you gotta sweep your floor after type deal. It's just how it works. So, yeah, I think there's a pretty good narrative of what we do here, whether it's changing minds or not, from a mere psychological health perspective. But then there's also a very black-pilled narrative where it's just like basically a echo chamber for, like coping and basically kvetching, which is kind of less, which is I think why I got bored of that stream yesterday. So like I don't really identify with that narrative, but I understand that for a lot of people it is a narrative. It's just like channeling aggression, venting aggression through an anonymous avatar. Because their day-to-day life, they're just like, I guess the aggression's built up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Which reminds me, Jen, we were talking, and I should share this with Doovid after I do a little more preparation for it. We're talking about what I thought is, at least in the academy, and he used to actually also have like a popular show in Germany. I think the best sort of academician who has some just really cool ideas and takes on things is Peter Sloterdijk, and he has some interesting theories about kind of the internal contradictions of how Abrahamic religions enforce conformity and keep people close to God. And in order for them to function, they have to kind of form, he says this in another book called Rage and Time as well. They have to kind of create rage banks, ways to displace the anger that comes from sort of following such a tyrannical God, the God of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, this kind of personal God that has to always be there, and it's a God you have to fight against. And Jews actually fight against that God quite a bit in a lot of the dialogues in the Talmud. And so it's an interesting way to approach religion. Like religion in some ways also kind of channels these kind of psychological aggressions. It's perhaps why something like Islam appeals to Claire, because Claire is always obsessed with like beating and shaming sluts. And she thinks that the strict rules of Islam can help her channel her issues with wanting to slut shame and maybe displace her own issues.
I think the root of for the dissonance is she had a certain aesthetic. She had a certain belief about the way it was going to be in Britain, right? And there was dissonance with that because she couldn't tell the difference between Europeans and Jews. And obviously she's trying to correct that dissonance. And this is how she sees a way to sort of stitch back the original image that the childhood Claire had of going over to the center of the imperial, whatever the hell it is. That's how I see it, basically.
Yeah,
I can relate to it. I'm trying to resolve that type of dissonance too. It's like there's a way things should be. There's a way that they are. And if we want to get to where they should be, we got to start going towards that. And that's why I sort of like that I get that idea that Claire, espouses this sort of wanting to make things a certain way. But why, right? Like, why is it like should the UK be forced to conform to Claire's childhood hallucination of it? That's a different question.
Although I've had some interesting, and perhaps this figures into Claire's narrative. I was having a fascinating discussion with a British guy, and I'm sure Claire's run into people like this. So I'm going to make a leap and say that this perhaps pisses Claire off on some level. Some guy was trying to convince me today, and this goes back to con-ops too, and the way these liberals are, that classical liberalism is an objectively true philosophy. And it's just like a facepalm. And I'm like, well, what authority? I mean, already, if you go back and look at classical liberalism from its own construction, it's trying to run away from the state of nature rather than trying to understand nature and form a state based on nature. It's like classical liberalism is always trying to find a way out of logic, which is as liberalism itself starts to fail as an ideology. There's a lot of psychological projection going on from people that want to hold on to it tighter and tighter. And this probably seems, it's big with people like con-ops, who's an urbanite, probably living in Holland or wherever in Western Europe. And with the British, it seems to be as strong or stronger. So watching that cognitive dissonance and being in the position of Claire, wanting to attach yourself to Jews but having no understanding of them, and having even less understanding of Europeans and their very idealistic approach to morality, it just creates levels and layers of craziness.
Yeah, it's I don't want to say funny, but infotainment.
I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I just had two quick notes because we've had some interesting conversations between the three of us. I'm interested in Doovid and I had at Saturday night after Shabbat was over. We had discussions about where we think the lockdowns are headed, and also I'm interested in his opinion about the crazy dam breaks that have caused something like 50,000 people in upstate Michigan to be displaced. What's really going on with all that? So I just wanted to hear Doovid's takes on all that and what he thought about maybe that article I sent him, because he's kind of at ground zero for that, and figured he has an interesting perspective because he has some civil engineering background.
Yeah, I didn't look too much into the dam. I mean, I saw there was a little back and forth. Like they were maintaining very high water levels, and the guy says he was maintaining higher water levels not because he wanted to, because the state was forcing him to. And I guess the reality of Michigan, where you could be a private operator of a dam, so that's unclear. What was it? Record-breaking rainfall or something. I'm not sure. I mean, how we're responding to the lockdown that's going to be, or opening up from it in the different areas, some sort of like balkanization or variations in strategy, like the nursing home catastrophe here in Michigan, elections is going to be very interesting. There's a lot of possibilities. And I mentioned karmatically, this could just be one of the first warnings of a series of catastrophes, God forbid, that are going to get worse. So, not just like, okay, coronavirus, we got 100,000 dead in the US now, and, hundreds of thousands dead across the world. And who knows, maybe coronavirus could come back even worse, even harder. Or maybe like this Detroit nursing home type thing, life has been cheapened. And now that life has been cheapened, people will do things that they wouldn't have before, when life appeared to have a higher value, in terms of in terms like Gandalf and these theories of the elites and how you control the elites, or the ability of elections and something like that. If you look at it like, well, really, there's a cabal of elites that run things, and we have no power over it except to collectively rebel. And the reality is, collective rebellion is really just saying, like, how much of are you willing to risk death? We're saying, okay, like, I hate these elites. Like, at best, you could go through the process to join them. If there's a conspiracy theory, so to say, between God and the Jewish people, or the line of David, saying the best you could do is to join the elites, to join to intermarry within the Davidic bloodline, or something like that. But there's no independent way of defeating the elites. It just doesn't exist. So that type mentality, there's always the revolution, there's always the collective ability of people who are willing to accept death. And that's why the coronavirus now is that death is upon us, in a certain number, that people are much more used to higher levels of death than normal. And who knows how that will affect life going forward in these disputes that maybe we were just arguing about before, but it's like, well, God forbid, like, fuck it, like, this person I knew just died of some virus, so this stupid debate over the internet that I was scared to show my face for, now, like, I could die anyway, so I'm not as scared to that. And I think that's a legitimate way to look at it, and a concern to say that that the virus may have cheapened the global value on life, and that could play out in very interesting ways, in different ways across the globe. and also this kind of reopening for essential gatherings. So I'm not sure how much. Like maybe next week, Saturday. I haven't done a stream for a while. I'll prepare a bunch of PowerPoints and try to do another presentation on the current state of what's happening and more about this reopening. What's going to happen.
Well, I just wanted the one thing in that article I sent you that was just because my take increasingly is this way. What's remarkable is that with people being forced to lock down, a lot of people having trouble accessing relief funds because of just bureaucratic incompetence and maybe even some political malevolence or just unconcern. But I think people are seeing the system as a little more. It's a con. It doesn't promise the happiness it sort of suggests is there from the way it presents itself to people. And every con kind of depends on trust. And as trust and confidence are lost, cons become more difficult. And part of the process of everyone's personal reinvention from all this is going to be to find places, people, and processes you can trust. Because continually demonstrating their authenticity via transparency, accountability, reliability, and honesty is going to become the one thing that becomes most valuable. I think, whether it's when we're streaming, we can kind of trust each other to know, what our patterns are. So if we take it out to the streamosphere, or just in daily life in terms of how we relate to our neighbors and form human relationships, I think developing networks and systems of trust is going to be more important than ever, because I think the end result of all this will be a lot of people are going to just opt out and never go back, because I think they're going to just kind of cocoon and say they've had it. And it's going to be interesting to see as people opt out if things like, say, and people just lack trust, if things like supply chains aren't going to come back because too many businesses have been damaged. So if this will affect, the physical throughput of goods or not will be an extremely interesting development to watch. And I just appreciated your remarks and our discussion on that. Jen, we've had some interesting discussions this week. Do you care to talk about any of them, or think there could be ideas for streams or anything like that? And then I'll retire for the night.
What were the good ideas this week? Perhaps this idea of like alpha, beta, and just general human hierarchies, because it came up in the context that it did, would be a good time to sort of look at the different group strategies for choosing an alpha. And could get pretty complicated, because on some level, the alpha is like the corporation. The corporate entity slash the state. So it's going to be if we open that can of worms, it's going to be a long one, but might be a valuable conversation to have for sure.
If you wanted to possibly relate to that, I had put in the notes before about, we talked quite a bit about Tara Reid and Joe Biden and the dissonance around that. And I was thinking the Machiavelli approach to power, where you're saying like reality, the best approach is that the masses believe you're benevolent when in reality you're ruthless. And then you're like, what's happening now is Tara Reid is being destroyed. The media is making it look like Biden, he's such a great guy that he doesn't even want anything bad to happen to this horrible woman that's just this ruthless liar who, for whatever reason, is trying to sabotage his presidential run. And then like secretly the media and everything else is like destroying her life. Like they want to get her law, she can, she's going to get her law license revoked. They're digging into her past. They're having interviews with like everybody she ever borrowed money from and didn't pay back. And so it's that Machiavelli type thing. Like, can you portray Biden as this benevolent, compassionate person? And he like secretly assassinates his competition. And
yeah, this relates back to a theme that I've harped on a lot, is what is the legitimacy of the state founded on? And it's the faith that the citizens put in leader or leaders, and that
That's the
is
state right now. Like Whitmer is the same thing. In my area, like the evidence is overwhelming that the governor has really messed up, and coronavirus is hitting Michigan way worse than places like Ohio. And but the consensus opinion is the governor's doing a great job, and the lockdown has to continue. And like I might not do another video on coronavirus because YouTube might just take it down, and saying trying to convince people the lockdown is bad, could be like grounds for removal, because you're like in theory putting people's life in danger by trying to convince them that the lockdown doesn't have to continue. And the force pressure, who the governors, the mayors under the new Bezos social media global empire that have bought off all of our leadership. But at the same time, this ruthless, Michigan government that's going to arrest you if you don't wear a mask. But at the same time, can't solve a crime. God forbid, this guy's posting videos in Detroit of himself beating up on helpless old people, and Michigan has absolutely no power. It takes the internet and in thousands of people posting the video, almost like a reverse Ahmaud Arbery, to can we get an arrest? Can we figure out who the hell this guy is posting videos of himself beating up old people? And it's saying so it's that level where it's yes, we do operate in a Machiavelli society where that is the strategy of all of our leadership, is to be ruthless and destroy their competition, while at the same time projecting an image of being compassionate to the masses.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good theory. Before you go, Gandalf, I had clips from the Spencer show. Thought you might want to give your 2 cents on them. They're not very long.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
you don't have to go. I'm saying we could wrap up and just call it a good show. I mean, I could probably, if Jennifer wanted, we could probably talk more about science. If Gandalf goes and you don't want to just call it a night, or I don't mind if Gandalf sticks around. I'll take some more medicine, or I might even call it a night, and you and other people could come on, or Spaceman. So it doesn't matter to me. But if you're gonna play a clip and talk a little more, maybe I'll take a little more medicine. But if you are gonna wrap up, then I'll just stick around and we could wrap it up.
Oh, do the Spencer clip. You had pointed that out to me, and it goes to other controversies that are kind of running around in those circles too. In terms of the quality of their ideas, I thought you picked some interesting clips.
Thanks. They're not very long, but I'll be listening in. I don't exactly remember what they are, but thanks for muting everybody, and looking forward to hearing your feedback.
True, but I'm getting at the morality itself. Master morality is about changing those things and gaining control over things that you don't have control over.
Yeah, but Stoicism is about your attachment to those things or not. Marcus Aurelius was running the Roman Empire, but he wasn't. He wasn't losing sleep over things, or it's the Eastern idea of not being attached to the fate of the world. Accepting change. I'm not sure.
I think you should be attached to the fate of the world.
Pacifism.
I know it's not quite pacifism, but I think you should have attachments, and I think you should have passionate attachments to blood and honor and ideals.
Ed?
And dying for those things is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm more with Rich.
In every hero, there's a little bit of self-destruction.
You have to you have to. If you're not attached to something, why would you die for it? If it's not part of you. It goes against all sort of evolutionary theories to say that people can cope with not being attached to things. People are part of a matrix of relationships and that relate to things like place, and those groups and those people that have a strong sense of being attached to a place and it's their place, they will fight for it. Like Geronimo or someone like that, they will go for it. It's their place. They're not going to be moved, or Sitting Bull. They're not going to be moved onto a bloody reservation that's not their place. That's their sense of place. They're going to fight for that place because it's their blood and it's their ancestors, and they're going to go for it. And so I think you probably do have to have attachments to be inspired, and like those leaders were. That's
dictate.
That's very, very good logic. How have you been promoting Marxism exactly? I'm not clear on that. How have you?
I'm not clear on it either. And I don't think the people who accuse me of it actually understand who Marx was and what his philosophy is about, to be frank. But there you go. But do you want to talk about that? I mean, I think it is important when I think what he's getting at is these accusations, but also this kind of specter of communism that is haunting us, where we always see this as this, the big bad, and we need to oppose it. But communism itself seems to be over. I mean, it's an ideology that had its day, but it's now part of history. And the dominant mode of social and economic organization is neoliberal capitalism. And so this idea that we're not going to blame that, we're not going to look at that, seems just intellectually dishonest, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I think someone sent a chat last week mentioning a book about how the CIA infiltrated the American left in the 1960s. And yeah, I mean, the left we see now is this weird kind of Trotskyite, like CIA influenced sort of neoliberal left that like props up all the values of finance capitalism, all the social values, without actually achieving any material gains economically in terms of something tangible for the benefit of workers. So yeah, I mean, liberalism is the only game in town. Like if you're still doing Red Scare posts and you're not really achieving much, if you want to actually have an insightful critique of what's going on, you need to look at, the real source of, I think a lot of people realize now, the real source of most of the kind of degeneracy and internationalism and cosmopolitanism we're looking at is an expression of the, neoliberal capitalism we're living under.
Yes. It's cultural capitalism and not cultural Marxism. Just having our own little club here. I'm kind of more into deepening than just kind of talking to everyone. I would rather do a 2-hour autistic stream with Ed on the history of homosexuality than I would be just kind of like, well, I know I said we should have done it last week, but we'll do it.
I think next week it should be just a full-on, queer stream.
Autism, yeah.
Or,
just we won't even be on screen. It'll just be like a blank screen, and then I'll suggest something, and you'll just draw out a logical thread for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I've got to think
really
seriously.
Fun stuff.
I've got to think seriously about this Biden thing, because there has to be some way of making sense of this collective madness that appears to be enveloping white America.
He's like a
I've got to think really fun.
And there we go. So that wraps that up. Gandalf, did you have any thoughts about that?
There is no cultural Marx, only cultural capitalism. Retarded take. I mean, these people are just basically liberals. I mean, the one thing that you can identify a liberal when they're discussing capitalism versus socialism and communism is that they think they're radically different systems. Because the one thing that liberals do not understand, and almost invariably, there's almost no exceptions to it. In fact, I can't think of an exception of one off the top of my head, and I've had these debates many times because I've pushed people through like a third position window to get them to move toward monarchism. And a lot of arguments I have another forum is that both capitalism and communism are essentially mercantilist. And indeed, imposing communism forms or provides opportunities for new forms of exploitation that can later be capitalized. I mean, not a single communist society has ever achieved for workers what the communist ideologues who try and put that in there actually achieve. But what makes cultural Marxism so interesting is that, communism is no longer really concerned about workers. All the people that identify themselves as Antifa or these far left movements that have these kinds of dialectics between oppressed and oppressor? Well, it's always with regards to European people, just like the European people have, I guess, from the point of view of cultural Marxism, some magic oppressor quality and magic privilege. No matter how many of us are killing, committing suicide, not reproducing, and falling apart through the cracks because our social capital is fraying, we're just natural oppressors. And cultural Marxism has a lot of cognitive dissonance about that because it needs to advance its own narrative. And these people are just completely in denial about it. It's remarkable. I mean, Richard Spencer went through a period, and well, actually I did, but for different reasons, where he was backing Andrew Yang for about 2 months. I mean, Richard Spencer, it plays around with Yaki, and Yaki, in his vision of Imperium, imagined that they could cut deals with Stalinist Russia. I mean, this particular wing of the so-called alt-right is starting to look more like some sort of Duginist, even quasi-Stalinist left. And someone said in the chat around the same time you had done that clip, it's like, why aren't you talking about what's really going on with Europeans and like why they're dying and like dealing with concrete stuff? Why all this crazy ideologue stuff? And I'm thinking to myself,
why did people have to read Karl Marx in the first place? It's like because the university talks about it a lot, or why exactly? So it's like I'm not really sold on it. I get it. I've been forced to learn something about it, but yeah, like you say, it's an essentially non-spiritual approach. It's an essentially materialistic approach, which makes, communism and capitalism very similar. They're just appealing to different, I suppose you could call them cognitive biases.
Around different modes of usurious profit-seeking exploitation.
Well, I've heard the argument like the communism, that wasn't real communism / every communist system has failed to deliver what it claimed it was going to do. But does the capitalism deliver it either? Like, are they both equally not bringing forth what they are claiming to bring forth, or are they so failed structurally that they can't bring forth what they're claiming? Because it's a worldview, right? Like, what's the capitalism worldview? It's basically, if you have the money to do something, you can do it, and you're entitled to the profits. Is it that, and then free markets? So it's like, what does that mean? Nothing's free. Everything is highly restricted. So it's like, yeah. They're both sort of like, when you follow down to the core of the axioms, it's like there's big questions that don't get answered. And yeah, there's just similar sort of flavor to them, that they're just essentially materialistic systems.
And it's remarkable that when you started out that clip, Spencer was appealing to all this transcendent kind of thumos, blood and honor. But then in the end, he's giving a backhanded defense of communism at the same time. I almost wonder that because Spencer comes from a family that supposedly made a lot of money in cotton and business and whatnot, that once you get really lost down the decadence of materialism, if you could ever really recover what, maybe blood and honor would really mean. It's like mercantilist values really do a lot to melt down more transcendent values. And that's one of the huge challenges and perhaps opportunities as the current system sort of struggles with recovering from the virus. But I think it's one of the opportunities to teach people that there's more to life than profits, and we should be very skeptical of utopian schemes like communism, given the track record, if we're going to be empirical and scientific with regards to approaching and recommending proper modes of statecraft.
Well, to say that Marx is important is to say that something that was written within the last 100 years somehow stands apart in terms of relevance compared to other systems. And I don't even think that argument holds up. Like, who has the best take on statecraft? Aristotle? Plato? Like, what is the philosopher king idea? Like, what? And a dabble of like a sort of a, I don't even know what you want to call it, honestly. It's not a class system. It's not a Varnic system. It's something, but it's like, I suppose Marx is like more of a class system almost. That it's like appealing because it seems to give a full picture of what's going on, but it's like wrong. So, and it's very latter day. So it's like, why do I need to learn this again? And this
Yeah.
is what I said to Daniel as well. You know, he got super triggered because I said that whatever was boring. But it is. Nobody gives a shit about feminists.
Well, it's like it's a dominant strategy. It's like a chess opening. It's like the Sicilian. Like, why do you have to learn the Sicilian again? It's like, well, because like almost 50% of players play the Sicilian. You're gonna have to learn it, and say, okay, like, oh, it's wrong. It's not that good. You could get a better game out of it. However, like, you got to know it because like there's such a huge proportion of the elites that are going to use this strategy.
Which strategy would that be in this case? Capitalism?
Well, either one, Marxism or capitalism.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess it does it does help to understand the
Not
mechanism
your
of it.
strategy, but you're just saying like the explanatory power of recognizing that this is such a powerful dominant strategy will have a significant amount of explanatory power that may not be derivable from other mechanisms.
May not be. I don't know.
Yeah, press X to doubt. I'm not buying it.
Well, if it's everywhere in schools, and what's the compliance rate? Not very high. If my stuff was everywhere in schools, you wouldn't have that many people disagreeing with it on an axiomatic basis like that. No way. It's just not disagreeable with, right? Because the trick is to make the statements generalized enough that they essentially can't be disagreed with. And maybe that's hard to understand, but if you actually want to know what's true, you got to be able to hold your breath and as you hop over the old vortex, or what is it, the abyss. There is an abyss. It's there. I'm not saying jump into it, but living in perpetual fear of it is not a good plan either.
People seem very afraid of questioning the capitalism, communism.
No, it's liberalism that they don't question.
True.
I don't even think they really have, like, the average person. If you say like, what's capitalism, what's communism, they're not going to be able to give you a very clear answer. But pretty much liberalism, whoever it was that said that is, I think it was Keith Woods. Yeah, like it is just the foundational. I mean, maybe even it's the foundational narrative of the West. Maybe not foundational, but it's what became of Christianity. So it's like derived from the origin of, quote, the West, when that region started identifying as the West, which I would say coincided with Christianity, but maybe someone has a more specific start time for that than I do.
Last question before I go, and you can either pass it along to whatever. How do you suppose a strategy, and I'm asking for your recommendation, to like deal with I guess these Dooganist, materialist, cultural Marxism denying yet Marxist adjacent themes that are popping up, especially with this group and their followers. What's the best way to approach parrying this? Because this is really worrying that so many people that were supposedly based in alt-right are messing with some pretty shady ideas.
That's a good question. If people want to say cultural Marxism is not a thing, go nuts. If people want to use the meme energy of cultural Marxism to try to funnel it into cultural capitalism or social liberalism or whatever the hell it is, or liberal capitalism, God, like I can't even keep up with it. I feel like I'm playing some horrible game I don't want to be playing. Yeah, you want to try to hijack that meme? Where'd that cultural Marxism meme come from? Anyway, you want to try to divert that meme? Good luck. That's all I have to say. So, it's a bit transparent. Like, I don't know the whole story, but basically, like, I know what I'm interested in. If other people want to go down the path of talking about Heidegger or whatever. It's if it doesn't make sense to me, like I have a certain if something doesn't make sense in a certain amount of time, I know already that it's not accessible to the laity, because if I can't make sense of it, then what chance do they have? I got to be able to pull the ideas somehow together in a way that I can make sense of it. And my, the contextual value that I give to these types of ideas is it's reducing society down to mercantilism, which is not how I see it. I see it as theocratic centric, so it's like very limited value to to me. I've not been convinced that there's a real value to studying this stuff.
Yeah, there really isn't, because to my final statement is as per this famous piece by Peter Sloterdijk, Rules for the Human Zoo. I mean, it goes back through, and I think there's some of these themes in the Vedas, if I recall, but it's certainly the case within Greco-Roman thought via statecraft, is that statecraft is a lot about shepherding and breeding. It's and taming. These are common themes, and if you're going to unleash, whether it's the animal spirits that are programmed into people so that they get into the capitalist machine, or it's the resentments and jealousies that get people locked into wanting the kind of flattening effects of communism, what you're doing is essentially neglecting the role of shaping, taming, disciplining, and directing energies toward higher purposes. And ultimately, if we're going to fix our current situation, we're going to have to figure out how to convince people to want to voluntarily appeal to things higher. And so I always try and push people toward God and King. And with that, good night, good luck. I hope this was a good stream. I really appreciate you having me on. And it was a fun time going over being with the Clarecod dungeon with y'all.
Yeah, awesome. I screen shared the link that you sent me about the book, just so you know. So thanks for joining. And I thought it was good exchange, great time. And we'll see you very soon, I'm sure.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, take care.
Did you catch that video of Spencer talking about master morality and having an attachment to blood and soil?
No, I was taking my medicine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Anything worthwhile.
I just thought it was interesting, the whole simultaneous bunch of people saying Nazbol's just a meme, and also saying cultural Marxism's not a thing. And that's what they were sort of talking about a little bit. And it was, that was basically it.
Yeah, I'm seeing something interesting here. So I was looking what's the difference between pattern and configuration? And etymology is always a cool thing. Etymology is, very correlated with high IQ and possibly the truth of things and the truth of language. So pattern, an arrangement or sequence regularly found in comparable objects, a repeated decorative design, a regular intelligible form of sequence discernible in certain actions or situations, a model or design used as a guide in crafts, could be used as a verb. And it says it comes from the Old French, but the origin of the word pattern actually comes from patron, and the word patron, comes from father. A patron's a person who gives financial support or other support to a person, organization, cause, or activity. A customer, especially a regular one of a store, restaurant, or theater. And patron comes from the Latin patronus, the protector of clients, defender, which comes from father, which I guess has a protector type element too. So, a little interest in the word origin. So what's a pattern? And saying, well, pattern, actually the word origin comes from patron, and father to put into that. And then configuration is an arrangement of elements in a particular form, figure, or combination. As chemistry, computing, psychology. And that comes from the Latin configurare. And interest configurare says means to shape after a pattern, but the Old Latin of configurare is the word con, which means with, and figurare, which would be like a figure. So with figure. So to configure something means to give it a figure with figure. And configure itself historically was used with celestial combinations and astrology, like I mentioned. Configuration historically is used like it's a configuration of the stars, and that has some implication that this combination has been reached, or they said like was a puzzle. So I don't know if sometimes getting at these scientific truths or just understanding these concepts, it pays to look into definitions like these and the long history of the etymologies.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it a bit.
Was
Trying to
it
find.
part of
Go
the
ahead.
show that your weekly what was it? I'm sorry for. I mean, I took my medicine. I'm sorry, I forgot. But you did it for a few weeks, like your weekly your weekly something. And Rook was reading it.
Oh yeah, a reading from the Book of Entropy.
No,
it's
it
just
was a
different
word, like a weekly. I
Oh
forget what,
yeah, word of the week, right? Yeah,
but it wasn't word of the week. I forget what you were calling it.
neology or
Oh,
neo.
neologies.
Yeah,
Neologisms.
neologism. Sorry. Yeah, that was a fun idea. We just couldn't come up with enough words, I guess, to keep it going.
But I'm
just trying to
more academic. Like a neologism, you're looking at something like a modern trend or something like a new way that people are using language, as opposed to etymology, which is the historical long backdrop of the origin of something.
Yeah. I just wanted to come back to this pattern versus
Configuration.
configuration idea. So I have been hunting for this picture, and okay, it looks like I've got it. Here we go. So this is just coming back to my definition for before, like there's a configuration. The universe has a configuration. This is the cosmic microwave background temperature fluctuations. So there's like a particular configuration, but it doesn't have a pattern because the pattern is entropy. And entropy is basically saying, well, all patterns are going to be dissolved. Everything is just going to go to this blob of nothingness. The pattern is the blob. And then it's like, is that really a pattern? Because it's like, what's a pattern? It's a repeating, discernible array.
Yeah, the same way father. I mean, the root word is father, which JF willed to replicate. That pattern historically was used in crafts. That a pattern is something that you make in order to make a bunch of copies off of, and it's a pattern because all of the copies are duplicates of the pattern, and it's like a father where the father duplicates himself and fulfills the will to replicate through having children. But a configuration is not necessarily replicable. So you're saying that yes, that is the current configuration of the universe, but it's not really a pattern. It's just entropy. It's just the current configuration, which is from the one of the infinite possible configurations that we could currently be in. And if you said what is the pattern of this current state, you would say, well, it's apad-matic. It's not replicable. Just this current configuration may never even happen again, and it's not any sort of useful template that you would use to replicate.
Yeah, it's like the universe. Well, you could say it's like, well, the configuration is the set of all patterns. It's a subset of the total universe that you're looking at as a universe onto itself. And that's why if I take it out to the universe level and I say, well, it has a configuration, but it doesn't have a pattern because a pattern
configuration is a given state. as opposed to
Yeah.
a pattern is something. A pattern could be a given state.
The thing is, a
Also-
pattern could be between states, right? Like you can have a pattern of behavior that manifests across states. So it's in space and it's in time. Whereas a configuration, it's tacitly assumed that it's just like when we talk about the configuration of the universe, we're talking about it right now. Now. You know what I mean? Like it's meant to refer to a unique thing. Whereas a pattern has, arguably has to have some type of space-time distinction.
Well, by definition, it's not unique because a pattern is a template to make replicas. So it's in configurations implying something unique, as where a pattern is implying something that's not unique because it's a replication device.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it because that way, when you're talking about chess, the configuration is the total chessboard. It's only one configuration per turn, for example, and there's no ambiguity there. But then the ambiguity is introduced on the level of patterns, and then you could say there's sub-configurations, which are these moves that you're talking about. But those would be arguably they would be patterns because they take place over a course, over a series of configurations.
You have to have like a Venn diagram, and it would be like Talmudic Pilpul, where it say, well, are all patterns configurations, or are all configurations patterns? And if that's not the case, what can you learn about the configurations that are not patterns, or the patterns that are not configurations?
Well, you could say that entropy is the dominant force, which is basically going to dissolve. It's a force towards dissolving all patterns. So that's your basic axiom, is that over time patterns will disperse. And so we can say, well, there's going to be patterns. There's going to be stuff that doesn't quite meet the criterion of being a pattern because it's simply something that whatever patterns in it are just totally destroyed. Like there's patterns in life, for example, like the symmetry that we saw with that.
We were talking about
plant.
the music, where the music is basically just a pattern of going up and down, and most tunes have a theme and variation, but the theme is a pattern of going up and down that symbolically is supposed to represent a path of the soul or struggles of the human condition. And then the song will have like a theme and variation of something where the theme could be in a mild soft form, or it could be very quick, or it could be high, and in the different techniques that music uses in this, what they call theme and variation. But those patterns are also kind of like life and lifetime rituals and coming of age, in these different trials and tribulations that every person basically equally goes through.
Think about it like this. Is entropy a pattern?
No, I mean, entropy is in the realm of patterns, but if entropy is a law, it's a concept. It also represents a pattern because it's formulaic, that entropy, in terms of the equation, like, of E equaling something, that's a pattern. Even though the entropy, what it is in and of itself, it's not its pattern. It's like gravity. What is gravity? Gravity equals to this formula. Say, well, that's not what gravity is. I want you to tell me what gravity is. So at that respect, when you say, what is entropy, and say, well, entropy is the pattern, it's the formula, the mathematical thing. You said, like, no, there's a concept of entropy, and that concept of entropy is not actually a pattern.
Well, it goes to the same.
Because it's unique, because it's unique. The
similar
element of what defines entropy will be its uniqueness, not its replicability. Hence, it's not a pattern.
Well, it is replicable. We can see evidence of entropy everywhere, but this comes the
definition of entropy that's unique to the definition of entropy. It's unique. There's one phenomenon of entropy, and it's referred to by the word entropy. And in that sense, entropy is unique, and the definition of entropy is unique. It's not a pattern. That the definition of entropy and the word entropy is not a template to make pattern, to make replicas off of. It's a unique concept and a unique identifier.
Well, like, is gravity a pattern? I would say, yeah, it's a pattern because
I'm differentiating two things.
I know. So
formula-
I'm just trying to say that I'm not sure if I agree with the way that you've presented this, because
So that's like the thing. What is gravity? See, gravity is this relational formula of the relationship between the inverse square of distance and constant or whatever, and you're saying that is gravity. You say like, no, that's the formula. But that doesn't even explain what gravity is or how it works. That's just saying that's just the relational pattern of the formula. But what gravity is a different question, and like how gravity works might also be a different question. So then you have your different things, like which one of those are patterns? Is the phenomenon of what gravity is different than the formula that describes how gravity behaves?
Yeah, I think the distinction that you're at is if the model coincides with reality, and if that is even possible. But I wanted to bring it back to
But it's
my
also the
thought.
narrative. Also, you're saying the definition of gravity is the narrative. You're saying you have the formula of gravity, and just like this is how gravity behaves. It always behaves that way. This, is a law. This pattern is so proven that it's a law. And then you're saying, well, is there a narrative? And you're saying, well, yeah, there's also a narrative to gravity.
I mean, there could be gravity could be invoked as part of another narrative, but I don't think that it could be a narrative onto itself. I suppose there could be narratives about gravity, but I want to just say this one point about entropy. So, is it a pattern? Like, I'm going to go ahead and say that gravity is a pattern, electromagnetism is a pattern. That stuff is, a pattern in the sense that we observe it every time we go to measure it. Whether entropy is a pattern has to do with whether essentially the same root of the problem with will to power's argument on subjective absolutism. Do you remember my my argument with regards to his position that the axiom contradicted itself?
I think so, but like I took enough medicine that I wouldn't necessarily pass a quiz now.
Well, basically, he's saying that all judgments are subjective and that we don't have the capacity to access objective facts as humans. So our human subjectivity limits our capacity to observe facts. And then I said, well, is that objective? Is subjective absolutism itself objectively true? So like it can't be an axiom because the very posit that the conclusion that it's coming to is that it doesn't exist. Because if there's no way to know absolutely true statements, yet subjective absolutism is absolutely true because it's an axiom, well, that's a contradiction. And in a similar manner, we say, well, entropy is the pattern of the universe, but then we say, well, what actually is entropy? Well, it's the dissolution of all patterns. So can it really be a law if what it's doing is unmaking? Can it be a pattern if its only pattern is unmaking patterns? Is chaos a pattern? And that question is like, it's not a trick question. It's like you could go either way on it, and the direction you go will determine the outcome.
Well, and,
Yeah.
and the thing, then if you separate the essence of the self, like we were saying last week, the etzem mahus, the essential nature remains the same. If you're saying the essential nature of the thing versus how it behaves in its environment, and can there be a mismatch between the essential behavior of the essential nature of the thing and its observable behavior in its current environment? And what's the real pattern? That if you say, there's this pattern because I could see that's the way it's currently behaving in this environment, and I could attach a pattern to that current behavior in this environment, but from that, does that mean that you know the essential nature of that thing?
Well, exactly. You need to know at what point can you say, yeah, we know the essential nature of this thing. That's a very tough standard to meet, isn't it?
But you can know a lot of patterns about something without really knowing much about its essential nature. And that's why I'm making the differentiation. Okay, what's gravity? What's entropy? and the equations that describe their behavior. And we say, well, I know this about gravity. I know the equation that describes its behavior. But if you ask me, well, what is gravity? Through what mechanism does it work? And I said, well, actually, I got no idea. Honestly, I really have no idea.
Yeah, so we can discern the pattern of
but I know its
gravity.
behavior down to multiple significant figures.
Yeah,
even though I have no idea what the phenomenon itself it really is.
We can discern the pattern of gravity, but then the mechanism is the tough part. I
The
would just say that,
mechanism probably works also through a pattern, but that may or may not be the case.
but I don't think a mechanism is a pattern because you don't observe a pattern has to be something that can be observed, and you can't observe a mechanism. You can only visualize it. And the way that I say to visualize the gravity is that anything massive is attracted to anything else massive, i.e., mass is self-coagulating, and the attractive force is determined by a vector between the two centers of mass, proportional to the product of the masses divided by the radial distance between said centers of mass. And so that would be where gravity comes from. But then the pattern of gravity is that, well, stuff falls. And then when we look at bigger objects, we notice that gravity actually precipitates these, I believe they're called ellipsoid orbits. But yeah, I like that question about whether entropy is a pattern, because what do you think? Is it a pattern, or can it not be a pattern? Because if it is a pattern, then it's the unmaking of patterns. This is probably the hardest question I've ever thought about.
If you're not acknowledging the first point I'm making and saying that it has multiple attributes, where entropy has an attribute of being a pattern, but it also has its attribute of being an idea, and the idea is different than the actual pattern of the thing. And so I'm sticking to that. If you're undecided or disagree with that point,
no, I'm just not making a decision. I'm in the I don't want to say
you're saying it has to have can something have an essential nature and not be a pattern, and something have an essential nature and that's I don't say different than their pattern, but separate. It's a separate attribute than its pattern, although it's connected because they're both attributes describing the same phenomenon. So gravity, when you're saying the equation that describes its behavior is just one of its attributes, versus what is it? That's its definition. Its essential nature is also an attribute, and possibly there might be some grand theory between where you're going to question what's really the nature of reality, and saying what's the pattern. And is saying that's kind of where I'm going with the dissonance. Patterns are by definition false. Is saying patterns are chunking information, and in reality is you lose information when you chunk things. And when you chunk things together and you have to give one piece of, and you have to give a metadata to describe all of the elements that you chunk together, you're intrinsically going to lose something. And that's where the dissonance process starts. So it's saying patterns, it has a fallback. So it's so mathematically, when we say a pattern, this is the equation, how these things operate. That may or may not be true in the true sense of reality, that these equations or the equations might have to be worked with in the sense is what is reality and what aspects of reality are the equations describing, and is there an aspect beyond what the equations describe that that is describable scientific phenomena.
It's the mechanism. The mechanism itself, because an equation doesn't give you a mechanism. Whereas to say mass is self-coagulating, well, there's your mechanism. That's something you can actually visualize. I think I'm not saying I'm not acknowledging your point. I guess when I say stuff, I'm trying to reconcile what you're saying with what I'm thinking. So just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. There are no real patterns. Patterns are things that we make as an information sorting device and we recognize them, though if we go beyond our own consciousness, they're not really there?
Well, as a chunking device, so to say, that because of there's more information and stimulus than processing ability, we have to chunk information, and the chunking of information intrinsically creates dissonance and has a drawback. There is no perfect method to chunk information. Chunking, by definition, causes dissonance.
The reason for that being that there are no patterns, and we're trying to impose patterns on that which has no pattern.
Yeah, so there's a lot
I'm
of
just trying to make sure
unknown,
I'm following you.
like, are all atoms actually the same or not? Versus saying, okay, we have this pattern, but like in reality, how confident are we that all atoms are exactly the same, or is it possible there's variation? And say, well, obviously there's some variation because we know that there's carbon 12, 13, and 14, but so, okay, among the carbon 12s, like, is there variation? It's like, no, they're all exactly this thing they're saying, but like the reality is there probably is variation among everything, and so the fundamental understanding of what reality is it's interesting that the pattern versus configuration, and then the question is is pattern are patterns essentially false? So you're saying no, patterns are essentially true, and there is way that information gets chunked that is essentially accurate, and that's why Doooovid is coming with a multiple truth hypothesis, because the assumption here is saying no, all patterns are false, and patterns have varying utility.
Okay.
However, the absolute reality is that the patterns all have inaccuracies and are not descriptive of reality. That the true description of reality is the mass of information that can't be reduced. Although we have these methods of reducing this mass that can't be reduced, that process creates dissonance.
And that's why you're always saying that that the dissonance is intrinsic to the thought process, because any pattern is never bereft of dissonance.
And it's also going to be replicable at a material level, where this, what I'm calling dissonance, will either be entropy or actually use the same form of dissonance on a material level, where you have one atom or two atom or material binding and energy, things coming together, that there'll be dissonance, that in a compound there's dissonance, and that might come to a different way of explaining energy and various physical laws, as you think that this concept of dissonance may be at the center of it.
Well, the history of the traditional thought tells me that you must be technically correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a bit tough for me to follow this particular argument, because there is a precedent for this type of argument. Basically, this idea of like, what is mind, man, and what am I, and am I the pure potential, or am I just the vibrations upon the potential? And oh yeah, realizing that all vibrations on potential are of the same material nature as the cognitive dissonance, which then does like sort of what do you want to call it, feedback looping informationally into itself. Yeah, I mean, it's technically correct. However, it's going to have the same implementational issues as any type of Buddhist, what you could call like neo-Buddhistic or pseudo Advaita Vedantin approach, is that it's just going to be not something people by and large can put into practice in their IRL. Some people can, but then even then that goes off the deep end sometimes. But people
That's
sort of
what I'm saying. I
meditate
picture
too hard.
In it might be a few years, but like JF's revolutionary phenotype, like I'll have Doovid multiple truth hypothesis, and maybe I'll so Doovid, tell me about your multiple truth hypothesis, and then various people will start understanding and using it as a method to go about finding a unification theory, and then you'll have various things people who are fully utilizing the multiple truth hypothesis for their own purposes and maybe develop their own advancements on the theory, versus people are still hearing about it, and then I'll have to develop methods saying like connected to various people's fields and how the multiple truth hypothesis may immediately be useful to them in advancing their field, and that would give direction. I could still do like Ask the Rabbis and public study sessions, the various things that I do, but I would be like Claire Call then, like I would be in promotion of this theory, or it could be like John David Ebert, like just one of many books that one day I'll write, and then years could go by and no one will talk about the multiple truth hypothesis, but it'll still be there, and some people might still be spreading. But I think the streaming will take that nature, like like these ideas that we're talking about are getting more and more well developed to the point where there could be we already have streams on them, but maybe even books being written, or maybe even like people using a new way of thinking that's attributable to the ideas that hopefully they heard about on this show.
Awesome. I just want to come back to the pattern question for a minute here. What do you define as a pattern? Do we agree on a definition for that?
Well, that's why I gave the etymology. I mean, it's saying a pattern is looking like it has to do with some, like the importance of it coming from the word father or even patron, that it doesn't come directly from the word father. It comes first from the word patron, the person who gives financial or other support to a person, organization, or cause, and how that becomes a pattern is not exactly sure, but it's saying a pattern is an arrangement or sequence regularly found in comparable objects. So the pattern is the arrangement or sequence that's regularly found in comparable objects. That's kind of put in like Platonic forms.
Okay.
Like what the pattern is, like a chair or
Okay.
a table. You say, okay, well, you don't have to have 4 legs to be a chair. You could have a 3-legged chair, but there's a certain
chairness to it.
Yeah, and that chairness to it is an arrangement or sequence regularly found in that such object. So that that's you're talking about an arrangement or sequence.
All right, so this is what I'm thinking for definition: a repeating, discernible array. How does that sound? Because it's just general enough.
Yeah, but the Google a regular and intelligible form or sequence discernible in certain actions or situations. So I mean, it's patterns because it's a discernible sequence. So
Okay.
Gandalf is a pattern behavior. People know how to get it to spur. Someone could just trigger Gandalf and get him to spur because it's a discernible sequence in his behavior. That this leads to this, that leads to that, and all they have to do is interject something into the streaming, and that will trigger this discernible sequence that we're calling a pattern.
Yeah, so discernible. I like the discernible. I like that it's. I said it was an array, but it has to have the quality of being repeating. I think
Model of design used as a guide.
That's an important part.
An example for others to follow. So, you set the pattern for people, decorate with a recurring design to give a regular or intelligible form to.
Yeah, so I would call
that's
the quantum
probably why it's
periodic
connected
table.
to patron. Like
I
the
would call-
patron patron who wants a pattern. A patron wants
Oh,
replications.
That's really reaching. That's really reaching, but I'm following you.
Well, you have to look at the factual when we're talking about the word, and at least if the Google etymology is saying that the original use of the word pattern for how we use it today came from someone referring to what we're referring to as a pattern as a patron.
Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard that before. But
And
now
you
that
get to
we're on
make
the
sense,
page,
like like a father. Why someone would have called a patron a father, makes sense. That that the word for patron comes from the word for father, but that the word for pattern comes from the word for patron is more questionable. And saying, but what is it about the patron, the father, the replication? And saying, well, is a patron the purpose of a patron to replicate? or to pattern behavior? He's saying, okay, so I'm a patron and I could support an artist, but the purpose of the artist is to pattern behavior among the masses. So as an elite, so to say, I'm trying to rig the scale and run Hollywood and pattern behavior for society.
You really took that in a lot of different directions, Doovid. That was impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up here to find the origin that you referred to. Like, how long ago did that? Okay, it says so. Patron Middle English and Old French. Oh, very interesting. It seems to have changed definition. I mean, it's like, but the way you define it, it does seem sort of connected to it. So that's really
the
fascinating.
patron is the model. So the Middle English patron is someone serving as a model. So if you're saying like, okay, I'm going to be Gandalf's patron and I'm going to pay for him to appear on streams because I want Gandalf to appear as the model for other Goyim to fall into line to. And so that's the purpose of a patron, is the pattern behavior. And that, that's really what happens till today. You're saying like, it's a conspiracy that I want, the dumb sheeple Goyim to, just fall into pattern behavior. So I just, patron and give a little bit of money to somebody, raise them up in Hollywood. And, next thing you know, the dumb Goyim are all behaving according to that pattern.
It's a remarkably...
And also about streaming. When I lived in New York, it's saying like everybody basically wanted to be friends. In terms of like the TV show, if you remember the sitcom TV show, Jennifer Aniston, Friends. So like everyone wanted like, friends where they're going to have like a few guys and a few girls and going to be a lot of dating and fun and adventures and hanging out. And, so everybody moving into apartments in New York is like, it's going to be like Friends. And a lot of people in streaming like that too. Like they picture their streaming and maybe like, streaming, we got a lot more like Seinfeld personalities than Friends personality. And you think like even Gandalf and Claire basically want their stream to be like a Friends episode and like worst case like a Seinfeld episode. But I was saying that's pattern behavior, that like Gandalf and Claire are both patterned by Friends and Seinfeld, and when they're interacting with each other, they may not realize that they need to interact according to this pattern behavior, but the patron, the person that had enough money to put that pattern out there, that's why Gandalf or Claire or whoever is acting like they're acting, because some patron decided to pattern that behavior among the masses.
Or God forbid they're doing it for free.
Well, it could be religious in nature. You could have a righteous patron and saying, I'm a patron of the sages, because, the sannyasis. So in saying, okay, instead of patronizing entertainers or various things, a priest of sin, I'm going to patronize the sannyasis. And, but it's still a patronizing way to pattern behavior and to say, okay, I'm a true righteous your desire to be a righteous person, and my patronage goes to the sages, the sannyasis, the acharyas, the people who deserve the patronage, and that's the type of behavior that I'm trying to pattern. So you're saying, if you come to Doovid and you ask Doovid what's the right thing to do, you know that Doovid is going to say pattern your behavior with the sages, according to the sages. Do not pattern your behavior based on Seinfeld and Friends episodes. Go with the sages.
Sorry to say this, but I'm playing the Seinfeld theme song right now over the stream because I thought it would be hilarious. But yes, that doesn't mean that Doovid endorses a Seinfeld-esque lifestyle, and neither do I. It was meant to be a mini joke there. I'll pause it. But yeah, I like that. But I just want to come back to this pattern definition idea that I had about like what is a pattern. It's got information in it, i.e. it has a degree of order. And the information that it holds is what is the pattern, right? For example, R equals theta, when you're talking about a spiral growth, like that's the pattern is that R equals theta. So in polar coordinates, it's like basically the x equals y version of polar coordinates. So there's this like pattern, yeah, and therefore there's some degree of order in the system, and the order is the pattern. So there's some systems that have a lot of information in them, and they're considered very ordered or very low entropy. The trick is to understand that those are all the same thing. And so to come back to this idea about entropy and whether it's a pattern, because it's a bit tricky, because it's like, well, entropy is basically the tendency for things which are in a ordered array, i.e. a patterned array, to disintegrate. So is the loss of order an ordering onto itself? And that's a very important question, I guess, because it comes back to that axiomatic thing. I'm probably going to have to think about it more because I'm even confused about what this means. So we'll put a bookmark in it because I'm always interested in exploring these axiomatic things, because to actually go into the logic of axioms is, we actually got into it a little bit on the stream. Gandalf's gone now, but he was there on the stream. It was our 14-hour mega stream. We ended up actually talking about philosophy of logic briefly. So anyway, that was all that I had to say, but I also like Doovid's tying in of the definition between patron and Potter and pattern. I wonder if that's actually what it is like.
I think so. I mean, that's what patrons do, is they pattern behavior.
Well,
or saying, you know, what's a patron do? It's saying they have all the various people making music out there. The reason why everyone knows this guy's music, this guy's pattern, is because he had a patron
who liked his pattern enough to fund it.
You know, like to become his father, so to say, or to, you know, to replicate. And not exactly sure, but you know, so a lot of times, like how Potter became patron makes more sense than how patron became pattern. But I could see that, like, yeah, that's probably how it happened. Like, you know, like that's most likely how the historical linguistics works out. And yes, patron did become pattern. You know, or do you have a better explanation? And so if you want to do the same thing with entropy, and looking at two different things, just the Wikipedia for entropy. So, you know, entropy is an extensive property of a thermodynamic system. It's closely related to the number, is that row of microscopic, the horseshoe of microscopic configurations.
Horseshoe, Doovid? Is it an omega?
The omega.
Are you just looking at the Wikipedia for it?
Yeah, so I'm saying when you look at entropy on Wikipedia, the fourth line is S equals K sub B ln omega.
Right.
What is entropy? Entropy is S. The entropy S of a net. But then at the same time, you have in Wikipedia history of entropy, you know, the Carnot cycle, and then you have etymology. You know, 1865, Clausius named the concept of S. So Carnot comes up with these equations and has this thing, concept S, that doesn't yet have the name entropy. And then Clausius in 1865 gives this mathematical concept S, the differential of a quality which depends on the configuration of the system, entropy, after the Greek word transformation. And he gives transformational content. And then there's a German Verwandlung Lugenstalt is a synonym paralleling the thermal and ergonal content of the Warmenhalt, like the warmness, as the name of U, but preferring the term entropy as a close parallel of the word energy, as he found the concepts nearly analogous in their physical significance. The term was formed by replacing the root of the work by that of transformation. So that's a history of the word, that Carnot had this concept of the S, from the KB ln of omega, and that was entropy. It was a mathematical patterned phenomenon related to heat transfer. And eventually another scientist decided we're going to call this S entropy. But then there's a philosophy behind entropy and what is entropy. So from a certain point, like entropy, yes, it's just this formula. Entropy is just this patterned relationship in thermodynamics. But at the
It's a
same time,
ubiquitous pattern of it's a tendency for matter to go to a state where there's no differentials of any kind. I.e., the potential to do work throughout the entire system is the same potential, and it's a minimized potential. And that's basically what entropy has been observed to be.
yeah, so is the narrative just a description of the formula, or can you give a narrative, saying, the etzem you say, okay, the essential nature of entropy is in fact the formula, or you're saying no, that's not the essential nature, that's an attribute of entropy, the formula, that's just an attribute, and its essential nature is a concept.
Think about it this way, Doovid. What's the opposite of entropy?
I don't know. I never thought about it like that. I mean, it was like stability, or not enthalpy. I don't know if entropy has an opposite.
Your first
or if
idea.
you're going to reverse the sign and saying its opposite is the reciprocal, then I forget what are the units of entropy, and then if it's a reciprocal.
While you're thinking about it on the right terms, what was the first word that you gave before enthalpy?
Stability.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Stability's on the right track. So just to be clear here, the SI unit for entropy is joules per Kelvin. So that's energy per degree of temperature. And in base units, it's kilogram meter squared per second squared, also per Kelvin. So yeah, that's probably a little too abstract, but I would say that the opposite of entropy is order, and that the highest order conceptualization we can have is this quantum periodic table. So
yeah,
that's
I would have known
basically
it was
order.
order. I just took a lot of my medicine for whatever
No,
reason.
don't worry about it. I think what you said wasn't
Stability.
wrong. Yeah, with stability, it is itself stable, because if you think about the periodic table as something, an entity, it never changes, right? It's always hydrogen, helium, and so forth, and it is what is used to predict changes. It is the source of change, but it is not itself changing. So the whole universe is essentially an interplay between order, which is this item here, this item shape here, and disorder, which is what we've discovered as entropy. And so they're basically like right beside each other. So the fact that entropy always increases is actually a way to prove that order exists, and therefore patterns exist, because a pattern represents a certain type of order, i.e. there's been things moved around in such a way that we can actually distinguish individual elements within it and say, hey, that's the same as every other plant that I've ever seen that's that same plant type. It's a pattern, even though the plants aren't the same size. They have, well, not necessarily the same size. They have the same general, like, I guess you could call it like a logarithmic spiral shape. So that is sort of an example of like the interplay between Order and chaos. God, that sounds so cheesy, doesn't it? So I hope that was interesting for people, and that it clarifies some of these things. But it's like, is entropy a pattern? I would say it's not really a pattern. But if you want to say that the universe has a pattern, and if you want to sort of artificially impose a pattern on the universe, it is that there is an interplay between order and disorder, aka entropy. That there's this like ordered pattern that brings forth all matter, and as soon as the matter is brought forth, it is immediately subject to like a perpetual entropy bath, which is going to say, go to the lowest energy state / the maximum entropy state. So hopefully that wasn't too boring. For the 8 people that are still hanging on to this stream, thanks guys. I really appreciate that there's people out there who want to listen to me and my friend Doovid for over 4 hours of what could be described as autistic navel gazing. But in my head, it's just like, we're breaking through the barriers that, I mean, don't we kind of need to break through the barriers to at least get to a point where people can use the word entropy conversationally?
Yeah, and then even to look at like the units and the importance of trying to understand what these units actually are trying to conceptualize. And then, say, okay, is the essential nature of entropy these units? And let's say these units actually conceptually don't make sense. What is time squared or these various things? And therefore you come up with a narrative descriptor of it, of some sort of explanation. And it's goes really, anything, why I have the multiple truth hypothesis of saying what is actually truth, and what are these things like entropy, and kind of like in a scientific system, your truths are your units. Like mass is a truth, distance is a truth, time is a truth. These are your essential postulates. That's why they have their own units. And then entropy is not a fundamental
Unit.
It's a pattern.
But it will become a fundamental unit in my system. Because in my system, space and time aren't fundamental units, because that would be technically wrong, because only space-time events exist.
Yeah, so that's the importance of when you say what is truth versus what is a pattern. And then even like, JF and the Stefan Molyneux debate on, is mathematics a false pattern, a convention among men that's a useful pattern, but essentially is not the accurate description of reality?
It's close, and there's a way to configure calculus such that it does line up. It's just that if you want to make calculus line up with reality, the act of taking a derivative would impact your real system, because it could force uncertainty effects. So the derivative, if you're going to do a derivative type operation, it's going to force uncertainty effects. So if you can somehow wrap that into your conception, then you're fine to use calculus. It's more like, what is the idea of calculus? Like zooming in on a slope of a tangent.
Calculus like a configuration type thing? Where
Calculus is a method. It's a specific method. There's no configuration of calculus. Calculus is a method, i.e. an algorithm, whereby you take a shape, a graph, and you do a specific list of steps until you get a desired result. Therefore it qualifies as a method. Could it be said to be a pattern? Not really, because calculus is a way to discover patterns, right? Like one of the patterns of calculus is that the slope of look at the power law for derivatives. I mean, that's kind of amazing that the power law is even a thing. Like, who said numbers had to meet this pattern that when you take the derivative of an exponent, it goes down as a multiplier and reduces the exponent by 1. Like, I remember when I saw that, I was like, wow, that was beautiful. Like tears, I don't cry often, but
acceleration is distance divided by time squared, and or the second derivative, and that's why you have the the phenomenon of meters divided by seconds squared. And then what is this phenomenon of acceleration? You're saying, well, the true acceleration is whatever meters divided by seconds squared. And well, what is time squared? What could that possibly mean? And you have to look to what is the truth of the matter. So you're saying there is such a phenomenon of meters per second squared and acceleration, these various equations that could be used to predict phenomenon. But you say, what is the truth of the reality? And is the truth of the reality, we're saying, like, there is no such thing as meters divided by second squared. There's no such things as second squared. It's just a tool we use to make calculations. But in essential reality, there's no such thing as second squared. Or you're saying, no, in essential reality, there is such a thing as second squared. And just the way we understand the world is incorrect. And the way of the world that has a real phenomenon of, second squared in these units is the true world. Or are you saying that, no, these are just descriptors that man has a convention that, relatively through the scientific method is the best of our ability to define these phenomenon, but the reality is we really have no clue what the truth is?
Well, let's take it to its application conclusion, this second squared in the denominator thing. And you got to sort of be careful with something like entropy there, because the formula is giving you a constant, which is basically saying, well, there's a proportionality between these two things. And then it's telling you that it's the natural logarithm of a particular number, which cannot really have units, can it? Because you can't take the ln of units. So that in and of itself sort of puts a wrench into the mix in terms of conceptualizing. But I would say when you're talking about, F net equals MA or F equals GM, for when you're talking about the gravity force on Earth, the way that they explain that is it's the velocity is changing at 9.8 meters per second. So that's acceleration is 9.8, and that means that every second it's going 9.8 meters per second faster. So that to me makes sense, because it's per second. So when you start out, your velocity is 0. Then at the end of the first second, it's gone to 9.81, and then at the end of the second, it's accelerated again. So it's got an even faster velocity at that point. So you can't talk about its speed as a per second thing, because it's not remaining at the same speed at all times. It's accelerating. So it's gaining speed per second, but the measurement of speed is meters per second. So it ends up being per second per second. Now then, to try to take that idea and shrink it down to the micro-canonical set fails, because as we know, there's no such thing as space and time objectively. What exists objectively are space-time events. So we can talk about a space-time event, and we can talk about measurements of time and measurements of space within various space-time events. But to just have the unit floating around is essentially meaningless. Like, I think you'll agree with me. It's even on the level of looking at acceleration due to gravity. It is I get it, but it's not ultra clear. Let alone if you take the meter out of it, then you're into a per time. And then we kind of know on the back burner that time isn't independent of space, because only space-time events, we have conservation of space-time events essentially. So how do you visualize that when it's not actually real? It's probably impossible. So
well, that's what I'm getting at. And one thing that, because I'm my hidden push for the multiple truth hypothesis as a solution to this problem that I'm trying to point out in trying to get at the truth and understand these things. Like, what are the what is the pattern? What is the phenomenon? What is the definition? What are these terms? And for these fundamental realities, when you look at something of science and velocity, acceleration, or entropy, that have a formula for them. So when you look, acceleration is distance divided by time squared, or you say no, acceleration is some definition, and by definition I'm saying that's a narrative, because the formula, if you're saying that's the essential what it is, and then a narrative is an explanation of the formula, or is there a difference the phenomenon in and of itself of entropy is such a great thing that it has multiple attributes, that the formula is not its essence, it's just one of the attributes of this larger phenomenon, and that goes in the whole paradigm of what is the actual reality, what is science, and so obviously week in review we're struggling with this each week, although I think we're making progress as we advance our theories and as we trained ourselves to express our theory in the popular technical lexicon, or at least we develop a language between me and you, or our audience, where we're starting to have a language to define these ideas that are very difficult to articulate.
I'm really glad we went into the distinction between a pattern and an array, because I know exactly what I mean when I refer to those terms, but I really doubt that everybody's on the same page. So hopefully after this discussion, people give it a good old think and realize that attempting to go looking for a unified pattern of the universe leads us to a bit of an axiomatic dilemma when we note the pattern, quote unquote, of entropy, which then appears to be a depatterning, i.e. a loss of ability to discern any pattern, i.e.
A
a
word
loss
of
of ability
warning
to do work.
is a lot of these things have slightly different and sometimes contradictory definitions in different fields like mathematics, computer programming, and sometimes like neuroscience, consciousness studies, or philosophy, theology, where the same term is used to refer to slightly different concepts that could be contradicting and quite confusing.
Well, I don't know what you mean by contradicting, but I would say that entropy, when people talk about it in a specific domain, it is really domain specific. It's not a generalized theory of entropy. It's just in one situation being able to get your hands on measurable microstates.
Well, entropies may be a more technical term that but if you said, for example, the term energy. So saying energy is a formula, it's a physics concept, but like no, energy, is a word that has a huge definition and implies a whole bunch of different things. Well, at the same time, you say like no, energy is the actual physical phenomenon that's represented by this formula. And if someone says like like I'm filling my car with gas, I'm putting energy in my car, or something, those are all derivative definitions of this formula. Or you're saying like no, the energy is this concept that is so grand that its formula is just one attribute of many attributes of this classifier denominator that we're calling energy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before about maybe entropy being too big for any one pattern or whatever equation to encompass. I would say energy sort of transcends both of entropy and order, because energy is like everything is energy, and everything is mass, and mass has an equivalence with energy, so everything is energy. And
it's a formula. It's like, okay, energy might have a formula, but then there's so many things that could be converted into energy and represent the same formula. So even if there's a standard formula for energy, and then you say, okay, that's the etzimahus of energy, although the transformation effect where that formula could be transfigured to many different permutations, that the mathematics is somewhat of the expression of the essential reality, and that's the beauty of mathematics, that the one simple formula could be transformed into all these other forms.
Yeah, so that for that it would be like everything is energy. And then you're into the oh man, everything is the same, man, like hash-headed non-dualism that has been so
well, it's just the fundamental
fruitless.
theory of physics that there's a balance of energy.
Well, it's not about a balance of energy. It's that energy
it's a formula
is
just like E plus U equals 0, or like E minus U equals 0. Is that it, or is there something more complicated?
It's just that E equals U. E is the unity of everything, because everything has energy. Like even the lowest energy state in the entire universe has a non-zero energy. So it is the universal 0 point energy but it has the capacity to generate stars, right? So it has a means to go from the 0 point energy to a non-zero point energy state when it gets into the domain of quantum state exclusion, right? So
It's like, what
energy,
is a joule? You say, okay, energy is a joule, and a joule is
the capacity to do work. And what's the capacity to do work? It's you can think of it as like an internal pressure that can be directed with various degrees of accuracy towards deforming a system.
yeah, but I'm saying a
Because there's an
joule.
essential pressure, and that's what arises from the gradient between order and chaos.
A
I
joule
guess
is kilogram meters per second per second. When you say what is energy, you're saying, well, energy is kilogram meters per second per second.
which is pretty darn inconceivable.
Well, you're saying, okay, is there a phenomenon? You're saying, well, there's no such thing as kilogram meters per second per second.
No, there
And you're saying,
isn't.
like, yes, there is energy. That's what energy is. And you're
There's
saying energy
pressure.
literally
I mean,
is
can't even
kilogram
really
meters per second per second. That's what it is.
you can't even really call it pressure because pressure is defined as something with a volume. You need a volume to have a pressure. And on the quantum scale, volume doesn't exist without a measurement. So you can only speak of energetic distributions. You can't really speak of volumes per se, which is why these transcendent variables like entropy that apply both on the micro macro scale, when you look at the units for them, they don't really make any sense because each of those measurements, the meters and the per second squared, would cause a quantum field reduction. Where are they taken? And the question is, where are they taken? And it's unclear where they're taken. So it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm falling asleep here, so I probably got to wrap up. I've been falling asleep here for a little while now, but now it's
Okay,
getting to the
cool.
point where
No,
I'm
that's
really
cool, dude. I'll just wrap it up. And thanks so much for joining. And I really enjoyed this digression into logic because it
yeah, great
is so
week.
interesting.
I don't have any
And
streams planned this week. I don't know if you do.
I haven't planned anything, but we should stream sometime soon. I.e. next Sunday or even sometime during the week. I don't want to pull you onto the Claire stream, so I know you don't like it, but whatever you're thinking of doing.
Okay, yeah,
might
we'll
be
be in touch. So you feel free to talk to our dwindling audience, whatever maybe it might pick up or you'll find some interest, and we'll be in touch. Have a great week.
Bye. All right, audience, you're stuck with just me. So that was a super fun question for me because, like, I just love thinking about that stuff because it sort of proves the limits of human consciousness to try to follow some of these ideas to their logical conclusion, right? So basically, the way I've worked it out is like there's just you can't talk about distance or time as a part of the configurational array of the micro state because it's like the very measurement of said state is going to interfere with all that stuff. So if you want things to flow along a conservation law type of vibe, you need to make sure that all of your assumptions about the material reality that you're looking at are correct. And so we have to throw out stuff like distance and time. And I know that's probably some people will be like, that's ridiculous, but I have something to replace it with, so it's really not that absurd. It still obeys the measurement limit. It's like a 3+1 dimensional object as being that's what's real, but then it's like operating on multiple scales of resolution, right? And that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. But basically, it is sort of like instead of using numbers, we are using functions to count through a chain of causality. So hopefully that's interesting for people. And I wanted to answer this question that I didn't get to before from Québécois Foie Gras there about how do I know that's all the elements? Yeah, I thought about this a lot. So it is definitely all the elements because that's what the measurement limit is essentially all about. It's this extremely abstract concept that's really hard to like I struggle to even explain it. I did try to go into it on JF, so it's just like, there it is. It's crazy cool, but I can't really tell you exactly what it is. I can just point out various patterns and we could try to plod through what it all means together. But yeah. Could there be any more? Essentially, according to my theory, no, because what is, the measurement limit is basically saying there's a limit to measurements and it's 3 plus 1. And on the micro scale, that unfolds as 7 rows, but the cardinality of said rows is still 4. So we have like a duplicity. That's the wrong word, but you get what I mean when I say, you could say dualism or whatever, sir. As you can see, I'm not very practiced at explaining this whole thing, but what you can see is that there's effects to reaching the measurement limit, i.e. the nuclear decay events will happen more towards the end of the periodic table because it's like reaching the measurement limit, right? It's like banging up against the wall of what's causally possible, basically. So to think that you could have a 119th element would mean you were violating the measurement limit because it's 3 plus 1. And even though it's an unfolded 3 plus 1 on the micro scale that actually gives what we measure as 118 elements, it still represents an overall 3 plus 1 shape. That is it, basically, for what's possible, because even at the very tail end of it, you're getting effects from banging up against the edge of what can fit into a particular space. Because there's like a fine grainness to the ether that basically says like there's only so many neutrons, protons that can fit in a particular place. And once you get past that point, it's just oversaturated. I don't know what you want to call it, but there is a limit, and that's the measurement limit. So that's why my theory predicts that there will never be anything more than a 118th element. If I'm proven wrong, whatever, call me when that happens, because I got to tell you, I don't give it a very high chance, a very, let's say, high probability of happening, but anything's possible. Yeah, could entropy functionally differ in alternate dimensions? Dude, there's no alternate dimensions. There's only this. This is it. We live in a 14-dimensional universe, which is 14 dimensions in volume. And that is basically it. The whole alternative dimensions, that's just not a thing. Everything is within one universe. To think that there's things outside the universe is simply a LARP that has no real point. Because then you're just into the domain of, well, anything's possible because it's a small alternate universe. I mean, you can argue against the measurement limit, but you're never going to find that 119th element. So, who's making the statement of faith at this point? And if there are different, as Cone de Borea is saying, if there are different, whatever galaxies that are different, we don't have any evidence of that. What we have evidence for is that the emission spectroscopy and absorption spectroscopy is actually quite ultra accurate. And it's very fascinating that we can infer so much about what's going on in other places. So that's something. But I mean, whether something is possible, if there's no evidence to date about it, and tons of evidence to the contrary, you got to wonder, like, why are we even thinking about this in the first place? Virtual reality, what is virtual reality, right? Like, is it a simulation, bro? Like, obviously, anyone who knows me knows that I don't agree with simulation theory and never have, and have constantly counter-signaled simulation theory. However, our consciousness technically is a hologram because it's a plasma field. It's an ordered, contained plasma field, which is, a hologram. It's what it is, a 3-dimensional hologram. So it's like, I don't want to dismiss it entirely, but the idea of like an extra universal simulator simulating us, and we're just like video game characters, man. That's like child tier immature and without any evidentiary basis. So yeah, I'll just pull up real quick my article about simulation theory, because I just want to put it to bed, because I actually do want people, I want people to know why the universe is 14-dimensional. I don't want people wondering about other stuff. So here we go. There's my article. I hope you guys like the aesthetics of my banner field there. I had a lot of fun with it. So I'll if there's no more questions in the chat, thanks everyone for tuning in. It was awesome. I look forward to the next questions / developing the conversation / watching the rest of the JF Maropes show, which yeah, I checked that out. I am interested to see where it went, and was glad to see JF talk about 3+1 orthogonality, because they're useful concepts, and it may be something that ends up just, maybe we can never understand the space-time continuum, and we'll just always be in awe at its grandness and our impotence to discern it, but whatever. I don't care. I'll give it the old college try. All right, so I'll just see if I can find the outro here. All right, guys, thanks so much for tuning in. It's been great. This one's been going for 4 hours and 41 minutes. Oh my gosh, ultra long this time, but hopefully worthwhile to some of the audience members, and for the new people, especially the JF chat mods, for coming on over for ultra heaping dose of big-brained navel gazing autism. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. And please feel free to give your comments under the video if you have questions about the show. I realized that there was a comment. It just occurred to me here that Doooovid had been made, there'd been a Doooovid comment a comment about Doooovid made on the last stream that we didn't acknowledge, but it was basically about that Doooovid was talking for too long. So I'll make a note of it and bring it up next week, because I don't want to ignore the audience questions. And yeah, with that, please feel free to throw your questions under the stream, and we'll do our best to get to them in a future show. Other than that, I think that's all she wrote, folks. Take care, and have a great day.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the
Hey guys, I just saw there's still a question there from Oxstone. I just figured I'd answer it before signing off. If there's an edge to the universe, yeah, I mean, I'd put that into the domain of unknowable. So the way I got to this question was like pondering whether the mass in the universe was infinite or not. And then I got to thinking, like, if it was big enough, but it wasn't infinite, but it was just so absolutely gigantically large that we literally just couldn't even tell the difference of it being between infinite and finite but ultra large. So I think that either one of those is possible from a physical perspective. Like, if it's big enough, it doesn't have to be infinite, and it can still precipitate this sort of cycling, this universal cycling that we observe of like stars born and then eventually returning back to the maximum entropy state, and then the maximum entropy state having hyperdense regions which bring forth new stars. You don't really need infinite mass for that, do you? So in the case of a finite mass universe, yeah, you could definitely define a, what did you call it? Edge, because the edge would just be the boundary of the massive potential distribution. But if it's infinite, then there's no edge. This is not possible to have an edge, because an edge only exists in the context of a finite object. So hopefully that's clear enough. And yeah, we can go into that more later. But in terms of whether it is infinite or not, just to be clear, like, I don't think you can know. So unless we can discover some way of measuring, the edge of the universe, because we're just so amazing that we can get something powerful enough to like go to the end and then know that there's nothing beyond it. Well, maybe we can prove someday the universe is finite, but we'll never be able to prove that it's infinite. So yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, and awesome. Good time.
Yeah, but that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy in her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck your goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself cult prestige by associating herself with a retard?